evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the special council meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe,
Present.
Councilmember Kaplan,
Here.
Councilmember London,
Here.
Vice Mayor McCormick,
Here.
Councilmember Moss,
Here.
Councilmember Sardinius,
Here.
and Councilmember Vasquez.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, Frank, you lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next,
Okay. Before we begin, I just want to take a moment. Allison? Just want to take a moment to recognize two of our council members who will be sitting for their last council meeting. Tonight, after 8 years of outstanding service, Councilmember and Vice Mayor Allison McCormick and Councilmember Brett Moss. Mr. Frank has an election, so
He'll be back.
but I think I can speak for all of us here when I say thank you. Thank you for your professionalism. Thank you for always coming prepared, for offering your thoughtful and unique points of view, for giving us your time, your talent, and your experience. It's been an honor to serve with you both, and we wish you well in all your endeavors. And with that, I'd like a standing ovation for
I have so much to add, but we wouldn't get through the meeting.
Before we start, yes, sir, you
Yeah,
had
Mr. Mayor, just that was
pressing,
such a pleasant
a
moment.
pressing
Such a
issue.
pleasant moment. I just wanted to kind of just bring a comment, especially on this one. I just want to say good evening, everyone, and I wanted to take a moment because I understand that there's some concerns out there that have been raised regarding my past employment with the engineering company, AECOM. And I just wanted to clarify for the record, I resigned from that company back in May 2022. That's over almost 2.5 years ago. And since then, I've had no involvement nor financial ties with this company. And it's important to note that my resignation was public knowledge throughout my candidacy for council and has remained absolutely transparent during my time serving on the council. Having said that, I asked the village attorney, and he's reviewed the situation, and at this point he finds no conflict of interest, but I believe it's essential to maintain the public trust. And for that reason, even a perception of conflict deserves attention, in my opinion. So therefore, I'm going to voluntarily seek a formal ethics opinion to ensure that all the concerns that the public has are fully addressed. My priority is really to ensure that the integrity of this process is upheld at all times, and I will remain committed to serving in the best interest of Key Biscayne. So thank you for your attention in this matter, and again, Mr. Attorney, if you could seek an opinion on that, and I would be very thankful for that. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
the next item, Mr. Mayor. Oh, okay.
No, let me try to frame a little bit the discussion tonight that we're going to have. And it's important that we try to stick to the main points, try to stick to the issues that we need to cover. And also then I want to talk a little bit about some history and some issues about the maintenance that I think we need to get off the table right away so that we can fully discuss what we're here to discuss tonight. I've looked at about 6 different areas that I think we need to cover tonight. The first one is our current stormwater system maintenance and repair adequate? The second one, should we do any further functional assessment of our current stormwater system? Number three, which is indirectly talked about by a lot of people, is should we continue the design of Zone 1? Another issue that keeps coming up, number four, is the issue of the easement, okay? And what direction we're going to want to go in that area. The issue of Harbor Park and the pump there, and the ability to do 375 West Enid as a possible purchase is another point of tonight. And six would be the Black and Veatch program manager owner's rep, which is part of tonight's meeting and which is a very important part of us going forward. There is considerable information that's been put out by the village. There is a white paper. This one here is the history of our stormwater system over the years. I recommend that everyone take advantage of all the information that's out there. And I've done so, and this is why I wanted to talk a little bit about the history to try to frame the discussion tonight. Where we started is really in the 90s, after incorporation. And after incorporation, one of the early things that that council, I was privileged enough to be on that one, was to talk about a stormwater utility. And we set up a stormwater water utility and started addressing an issue that was very obvious to all of us back then, and it is very obvious to all of us today. And that issue is that we flood. And we can't hide the flooding. It happens all the time. It happens today. It will happen tomorrow. So we need to deal with it. As part of that, there had been a patchwork of different systems put together over these many years. So from the early 90s, what we were able to do was to start attacking the problem. And from that, we got these two stormwater pumps that are on East Heather and on Ocean Lane Drive. From that, we've worked over many years, and at different points, there have been improvements to the system to what it is today. But basically, that is a patchwork of a stormwater system. It's not integrated. It's not fully connected. So it has its issues, and we're going to talk about those. One of the things that's critical is that we've been talking about lately is that this stormwater system isn't being maintained. Well, I have here a piece of the information coming about our operations and maintenance, and that operations and maintenance talks about doing on an annual basis 740 catch basins. It cleans 330 manholes. It does a linear pipe cleaning of 75,000 linear feet. It does 40 pollution control boxes cleaning on a quarterly basis. It maintains the stormwater pumps at East Heather and Ocean Lane Drive, and those, by the way, are monitored on a daily basis. And also we have, as a part of our maintenance, which is what I'm talking about, is the amount of money that we spend and the amounts of effort that we put into it, also includes cleaning out 17 of the outfalls, on 100% of them on an annual basis. Okay, so this stormwater budget, okay, is in the order of $478,800. $478,800, and there's a kicker. There's an additional $175,000, bringing the total to $654,000 that we are presently, not yet, not 2 years ago, not next year. We are presently spending this kind of money on the maintenance of our system, okay? And that maintenance of the system includes all the different things that I have enumerated. And it includes also the cleaning of the drainage wells, which we have cleaned 34 of the 39, and we have committed to doing 10 every budget year. From this is the main aspect of this issue about maintenance. And I think that we should be able to put that to rest. We know that we need this system, okay? This is not a binary option. It's either we take out the present stormwater system and replace it with something new. No, we have been talking about, and we've been talking about only our zone 1, okay? And I think that all of us have been sitting here over the last 2 years. I don't think any of us have brought up the issue of going forward with anything other than zone 1. I think that we need to have that. That's one of the things we need to get off the table. This council has not looked at doing anything more than zone 1. And zone 1 is what we need to get right. And I said that before. And it needs to happen by us working together to get zone 1 completely designed and finished. We have a problem with our stormwater system. It's going to do us well, the present system, and it's going to probably last the 10 or 15 years that we're going to need to figure out what to do. Okay, so this is important. We're not doing the big dig. Okay, what we've been focusing on here over the last 2 years, and by the way, at least 3 of us over here ran on this topic in 2022, and it was about stormwater flooding, and you know, the flooding hasn't gone away. It's not going to go away. We need to address the item. We need to address the issue. So I wanted to set that as an important point to talk about. Also, I want to talk about. Let's not besmirch the 2 different companies that we're talking about here. I hear people say, "Oh, AECOM doesn't know what they're doing. Black and Veatch, they don't know what they're doing." You know, these are professionals. Let me tell you. Well, I looked up, I researched. AECOM is a $14 billion company, okay? They are in the Fortune 500. You know, these people aren't going to be making, you know, doing things to pad themselves or do anything that would be unprofessional. They are professionals. They're bound by their professional ethics. And people should not be attacking that part. You can disagree with their opinions, you can disagree with what they come up with, but let's put that aside. I mean, it's beneath us to be thinking in those terms. So no big dig. Let's talk clearly tonight about the issues. Let's address all of these issues. Let's continue to have conversations. And with that, if there's not anything real pressing, I'm going to open up for public comments. And then after that, the policy decisions should be coming from this council about these issues.
Thank you for the concise clarity.
Well done. Thank you. Okay, Charles Collins.
I don't have, how long did you
There's nobody on
Charles
base.
Collins.
So you,
1121 Crandon Boulevard. Well, you had a while there to present your point of view. And by the way, I think that white paper says we're supposed to be spending 1.2 million a year on maintenance for the, both the stormwater and something like 200, oh, we'll get into that later. Anyway, so we're doing history. I'll do a history of the Big Dig in Boston, 1992, largest project ever. It's famous for going 3 times over budget, about 27 billion in today's dollars, and took twice as long as planned. Came out to about 17 years. We're starting on a project that initially was proposed at 100 million to fix the ponding of the floodwater ponding. And it was based on the debt cap we had at the time. Now we're 3 times higher at 350 and counting. The other thing about the Big Dig was, well, it went 3 times over budget, twice as long. It didn't fix the traffic. The engineers forgot to account for increased demand after the Big Dig was completed, and as a result, the traffic is just as bad, except it's been pushed into the suburbs. So why we're here tonight, I'm not going to go over what you just said, counter it, but I will say that moving forward, you got 4 people running that support pausing the project. I'll speak for myself. I would like to see, I would support peer review. Everyone I've talked to says that's a good idea in this situation. I also would support moving forward as rapidly as possible on undergrounding. That's been on the book since 2018. And I would like a full accounting of the 15 million we've invested to date. So those things I would pay for. On the other side of the coin, I would like to pause the spending on the Big Dig. To say that we're only going to do zone 1 and ignore the rest of the project is, I think, disingenuous. The whole point to this was zone 1's going to model the rest, and it was going to be 12% and all that. So that about does it. Thank you very much.
you got it. Next is Millie McCormick. All right.
Hi, Millie McCormick, 680 Curtiswood Drive. Shifting onto a little bit of a lighter note, I wanted to come and express and take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to our outgoing council members, Councilmember Brett Moss, Frank Kaplan, and my mom, Vice Mayor McCormick. Each of you has played a vital role in shaping our village, from championing local initiatives to fostering a sense of unity among us. Your hard work and dedication have not gone unnoticed, and your legacy will continue to inspire us as we move forward. To my mom, thank you for being a beacon of strength and a true example of service. Your belief in community and the importance of every voice has taught me invaluable lessons about leadership and compassion. Thank you to Councilmember Moss for 8 years of hard work. Thank you to Councilmember Kaplan for 12 years of service to the community, and I hope you continue. I know you have my vote.
Thank you.
Especially to my mom, who has dedicated so much of her time and energy to our community. Your passion and commitment have made a lasting impact on all of us, and I am truly grateful for your guidance and love you have provided. Thank you all once again for your service, your friendship, and for believing in the power of community. Let's continue to work together to make our village an even better place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Takes after her mother.
I think she's better, actually.
Next speaker, Maria Perez.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. My
Your name and address.
sorry. Oh, Maria Perez, Key Biscayne, 609 Ocean Drive.
Thank you.
Thank you. I represent myself. That was one of the questions. My biggest concern right now is the problem with the sea. The sea could come ashore whenever we have a hurricane, and we're not doing anything about that. I think another big problem is Bearcat Bridge, and we're not doing anything about that. And we're looking at spending all this money in something that has, yes, it's a problem, but it can be done with maintenance. I understand that there's maintenance that should be done on the Crandon Boulevard pipes that has not been done. And I just think that we should spend a little more time doing the maintenance and looking at the bigger picture with other things happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Josie Valdez Hurtado.
Good evening. I'm Josie Valdez Hurtado, 600 Great Tree Drive. I appreciate the explanation that Mr. Vasquez gave about his conflict of interest that I brought up in the Islander News 2 weeks ago. I appreciate also Mr. Rascos telling us that we should respect the company, that it's a well-known multi-billion-dollar company. That's very valid. But we should also be respected, the ones that very kindly spend our time trying to argue about the benefits of going into that much expense. If I understood correctly, Mr. Rasco, you said that the budget is enough to clean 10 wells a year. Did I understand that well? Now, we have 39 wells, and we're going into approving a project that is going to take years and years, and it's going to cost a lot more than it has been estimated. And we cannot afford to clean 39 wells per year to make sure that when the rainy season comes, we don't have to drive through the puddles. So, again, as much as we try to present our case, the ones that are part of the group that you labeled us not in my backyard, as much as we come here and
I'm
try
sorry,
to...
I'm sorry. I didn't label
no.
you. I didn't label
Say-
you. That's
Wait,
a
wait.
philosophy.
Fernando, please.
Excuse me, I'm not here to debate you. I'm just here to explain that if we are going to respect you as a council, we need transparency from you, we need respect from you, and we should not be called any names for having a different opinions. And we are extremely into what's going on, and there are very well-educated people in each one of the fields that we come here to talk about that really have an argument to present their case. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, Luis de la Cruz.
Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road, back again. So I'm really sorry, Mayor Rasco, that they send you up here to repeat incorrect information. And it's very unfortunate, extremely unfortunate, because I think that the administration and our CRO should know a lot better than to give you the wrong information and have you say that to your constituents. I'll start with some of the stuff that's behind you, attached to the packet. In fact, there are 27 gravity wells that have not been rehabilitated in the last 4 years. If you think that that is proper maintenance, then I should just go ahead and sit down. But, you know, out of the 39 total gravity wells in the village of Key Biscayne, the only way we get the water out of here is through gravity wells and outfalls. Out of the 39, 27 of them have not been rehabilitated in the last 4 years. You can't say that you rehabilitated something that you plan on rehabilitating before the end of the year. Yeah, hopefully it happens. It should have happened 3 years ago, but it hasn't happened. So, by the way, they also play with the numbers a little bit, because it doesn't take $7,000 to rehabilitate a well. It takes $5,000 to rehabilitate a well. That's a significant difference. That's what, a 40% difference. And a total of $195,000 will rehabilitate all 39 gravity wells in the village of Key Biscayne. What's the excuse for not having done that? So what I'm trying to say is that we're going forward with a huge, what I believe is significantly over-designed, and a couple of your other council members believe, project, without the need or without the due diligence to tell you and to tell us, even more important than you, that this is necessary, okay? we should have, first of all, before we set out and asked AECOM, the Fortune 500 company, to design for us anything, they should have inspected our present system to find out how it's working, if it can be helped or not. Or did they just decide, oh no, we're just going to go ahead and rip it out and put something else there because they hired us? That's just the wrong way to do engineering. You know, I'm a graduate engineer, but you know, that's just not the way to do it. You know, and we out here are thinking, what the heck is going on? Why can't we? What's the hurry? What is the hurry of starting a $100 million, $700 million project tomorrow? Why can't we do the proper due diligence that we didn't do at the beginning? Let's do it now. Let's find out. Let's inspect. Okay. Let's fix. Let's repair. Let's maintain. Let's observe it over 3 or 4 years, and then let's make a decision. That's the only way that you should handle our money. I'm sorry. Finish beforehand. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Young.
Joanne Young, 600 Harbor Drive. Good evening, and sorry to see Frank leave, but you're coming back, I hope. And I'm voting for you, so I hope you do. And Allison and Brett, we're going to miss you. Wish you the best in all you do, and we want to congratulate you on everything you've done for us, because the community will never be the same without you. So thank you for supporting us. And just a note about the stormwater. Mayor Roscoe talked about the incorporation council, and it just so happened I took his seat the second term. You were there the first 4 years. I was there the second 3.5. So it's in your seat. So, but I want to tell you, we did talk about the flooding, but we were more concerned about the overall lines, the electrical lines. And the undergrounding, I think, is probably more concerning to us right now. Rainwater is one thing. A hurricane is another thing. So right now we've suffered through the rainwater and we've survived, but it's losing our electricity that is really the issue here. And I think that's something that you should think of doing first before the stormwater. But that's just my opinion. So thank you. Thank you so much for serving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Mike Davy?
Not this one, though.
Mike Davey, 50 Ocean Lane Drive. Brett, Allison, Frank, again, thank you for everything you've done. Look, this is your legacy. You know, the fact is, this community has moved forward because of forward-thinking people up on that dais. You know, we incorporated well before I got here. I'm a newbie. And the people who did that had vision. And they saw that the opportunity to create our own community that was better than what we had, and to provide services and to increase the values on this island were to be had. And they were told, oh, you're going to kill us with taxes. We're not going to get the services we're getting from the county. We're going to be destroyed. I think we're doing okay. We got a fire department. People said, we can't do that. We can't be out. We're never going to provide the services that the county wants to provide, that is providing to us. And we're going to be paying through the nose for this service. It's going to bankrupt us. Our fire service is one of the most accredited in the country, and it has saved us hundreds of millions of dollars in being there. I'm really proud of what those people did. The Village Green was a boondoggle. $11 million, and it was just going to be a gathering place for the homeless of Miami-Dade County. Saw a lot of the homeless kids out there last night playing soccer. I think they're doing pretty well. We had the community center. It was going to be too big. Nobody's going to use it. It wasn't worth it for this community to invest in. We'll go there at 3:05 on any weekday, and try and get in the door without getting run over by a bunch of 8-year-olds. That's what that is. Mast Academy. People told us, don't do that. Nobody's going to want to go there. It's going to be, it's ridiculous that we're getting into a deal with Miami-Dade County. Guess what? That has helped our property values, and I'm proud that both of my kids are attending that school. It's an amazing opportunity for us as a community. Excuse me. So now here we are. We've been talking about undergrounding for 30 plus years, well before I got here. We're talking about resiliency for 20 years. And here we are. We're at a point where we have to keep going. And for those of you up here, this is your opportunity to stand on the shoulders of those who came before us and keep moving us forward. The fact is, if we don't do this work, if we don't improve our resiliency, it's the financial downfall of this island. Okay, understand that. That's just a fact. If we can't be insured, we can't get mortgages, people aren't going to invest in this island. We have to invest in this island. And the fact is, you know, he talks about the big dig. What I thought was interesting about Mr. Collins' comment was he said something, and I forget it now, but it was something to the effect that they didn't manage it right, and it was, what was your comment about the big dig and the?
Twice as expensive, like 20 years.
No, not, yeah, the expense I got.
Continued traffic.
The traffic didn't, yeah, the traffic wasn't going to. Well, let's be honest. I mean, this past weekend, Ocean Lane Drive was flooded. We need to work on these things. This is your opportunity to have a legacy. If we don't do this, this island goes away. I'm sorry, this community that everybody in this room has built won't have a future. Okay, we need to do this. You guys are the ones who can get this done. Let's move forward tonight. Thank you.
Steve Simon.
Steve Simon, 335 Harbor Lane. I would like to keep it simple, but I'm going to have to go past this one sentence and give you an update. I want you to build the most robust system, not one halfway in between. I'm on board with that. But you need to find another site for the pump station. And the matter is quite simple. It's a matter of compliance. It's a matter of the seller's contracts that were approved by Village Council in October of 2019. It's a matter of the funding source that was used to pay for the park back in 2019. Those were restricted funds donated by Oceana that could be used only for public recreation and open space purposes. In addition to compliance, on February 1st of 2023, there was a playing fields workshop, and this park was dangled in front of the representatives and families of 2,000 registrants in our sports programs as being a playing field for them. You know, we're working on defensive measures. That's what we're talking about tonight. But I say there's another side to this team that we have on this island, and it's the offense. And that's our kids, and they need places to play. And to have a 30,000 square foot parcel is really unusual. You can put a pump station in another location. So for those reasons, I don't think that until you have that other location that you should move forward tonight. I was hoping that 375 West Enid would be an option, and that's why I placed it under contract. And it's here on the agenda tonight to be discussed. And that contract that the seller agreed to had really favorable terms for the village. I'm not talking, this isn't about price, I'm talking about the term sheet that should be in the agenda package tonight, but I don't think it is if it's for discussion purposes. And the public should see it. All the village had to do to keep this contract alive was by September 25th, notify the seller that the village was interested. A simple letter. We missed the deadline. The next thing is all the village had to do was express an interest in the property by the council no later than October 16th, just to keep this going, just for discussion. This was designed, this contract, so that it could be heard both by the present council and the next council. We could have kept this contract going until the end of December. Well, in preparation for tonight, I wanted to follow up with the seller because we hadn't complied. The village knows that we hadn't complied and the contract lapsed. So I said, it's going to be discussed tonight. What's the story? He wrote in text message to me, I just accepted this morning an unsolicited offer on my house. It's not a done deal yet. It's under contract with contingencies for 21 days. The village can put in a backup contract. There's no excuse for this contract to have lapsed. None. And we need another location for this pump station. I think that to spend taxpayers' money and to bet that this is going to be rammed down our throats, ignoring the seller, ignoring what was voted on by council, ignoring the funding source, it's just a violation of the public trust. So I do think that a better location, even better than 375 West Enid, would be across the street where you have the double lot of 550 and 570 Harbor Drive. The person who controls that property has a simple request, is my understanding, before he will work with the council, work with the village. He would like, I'm sure on a schedule that would be reasonable, he would like to use his helipad. Why not? Let him do it. We can get access to the bay. Pump station, there's a 9,000 square foot parcel. It's a double lot. The house is there. The person in the house can live there forever. And eventually, when that person's no longer there, you can knock down the house and we can have waterfront access. I don't view it as the bayfront park that we'll ultimately have, but it would be a nice amenity. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay.
The next item, Mr. Mayor's discussion, council discussion regarding the village's stormwater system.
Pizza time. We want to warm you up there. I work for food.
There were just a couple of items that I thought we could easily address that came up that maybe,
Okay.
I mean, we're all approaching some major decisions and whatever we do, we're spending a lot of money, even just maintaining our system. So I think anything that we can do to make people feel better about their concerns is a good thing. Someone came up and had concerns about our shoreline protection and the Bear Cut Bridge. And I don't know if she's still here, but just to reassure her that both of those things are very high priorities for the village and that work is being done. We've been working for a long time, a number of years with the Army Corps of Engineers to work on fortifying our shoreline on the ocean side and also trying to include things on the backside, on the bay side. So it is on the, not only on the agenda, it's moving forward and it's part of our entire program, and it is on the resiliency adaptation plan is on the website. But just to make you feel better, that is happening. And same with Bear Cut Bridge, they're moving forward on working to replace the bridge.
You might want to add that basically we're contributing money to what they call the Back Bay study. And until this Back Bay study is completed, the Army Corps, I've been told, will do nothing on the ocean side. So that's being done now. Another 2 years should be completed, Steve, approximately, Back Bay study.
Well, they hit a milestone in the spring of next year, and then we'll find out at that point. And that's just the next milestone, and then we'll find out from there.
And then also we've, Jeremy and others have prepared suggestions and plans and hired people to contribute to the bridge, the whole causeway, modification, modernization, whatever you want to call it. It's out of our control, but we're doing our best to participate and add our 2 cents to the thing, and hopefully we will influence it, and hopefully that will get done in my lifetime.
Jeremy's not here, but I think Jeremy presented last week that they're doing their PD&E on the Bear Cut right now.
Yes, I think Councilmember London was talking about the details we submitted. We've submitted details for the Rickenbacker Causeway Master Plan, which is tied into the bridge, but the bridge specifically, the county is doing what's called a planning development environmental study, which is required to either rebuild, remodify, or replace the bridge. And that's a requirement in order to get federal funding. And obviously, this is going to be an expensive project, and so that's what they need to do before they get that done.
But they're doing it right now.
Oh, it's underway. It's been underway since April, May of this year.
Do you think it might help the conversation that will ensue to try to respond to some of the points that were just discussed at the podium, so that they do not go unanswered and possibly lingering misimpressions don't?
Yeah, let me ask the council here is, because I stated it earlier, but, you know, maybe I wasn't clear.
Proceed.
The Big D. I mean, are any of you for the sequential going forward of, you know, zone 2, 3, 4, 5, or do you think that we can even attempt to do it? Because I think that we have been focusing on zone 1. And, you know, we need to get past zone 1 before we can think about something else.
I'm looking at the whole thing, and I think Brett's looking at the whole thing. And I think we told our consultants to look at the whole thing. And basically, hopefully we do it efficiently. And there's no reason why only phase 1 should benefit by the improvements to the storm sewer, when the whole village can improve by the benefits of the storm sewer. So I think that, yes, phase 1's the first thing we're going to do, but we certainly are not going to spend all the taxpayers' money on phase 1 and then do nothing else for the rest of the island.
Well, but I would phrase this differently is we can't even get to phase 1. How are you even possibly thinking about more than the phase 1?
Because we are getting past phase 1. We're going to be there.
Well, no, you want to pause, you want to stop, you want to do all these things.
Excuse me. I didn't say stop. I want to pause. There's a big difference between pausing and stopping. I want to see we have a great system, whether it's 2-inch, 1-inch, half-inch, 43. I want it to go forward. I do not want to stop things.
You want
but I do not want to go ahead and over-design and overpay for something we don't need.
Yes.
And basically, from the information I've received from the United Nations, everywhere else, the things I gave you, it appears to me, and I might be totally wrong. You've told everybody I'm not an expert, and I'm not. And I don't claim to be, but logic tells me, reading these numbers tell me that we are over-designed. And that's where we are. And again, it's up to you guys to decide. You'll probably decide they're the experts, I'm not, and we'll go forward. But I think it's my duty as basically a steward of the taxpayers' money and wanting to get things done to bring it to everybody's attention that we're not considering pervious areas. And in that case, we're pumping a lot more water than we have to pump. That's all.
We'll go through that. You had a point, Frank?
This discussion is not at all what we were just talking about. What we were talking about and trying to, I guess, refute is that phase 1, which we are focused on, is part of a comprehensive strategy to deal with the entire island, iteratively. We've talked about this for years. It's a sequential, unfolding adaptation. The statement that phase 1 is modeling the rest of the system has been rejected in conversations for as long as I've been sitting in these meetings, because the result of phase 1 will be known when phase 1 is done and observed over a period of time. And that will feed planning for what follows. And if the predictions are right that the efficacy of phase 1 makes more moderate planning and installations suitable, especially given the fact that the conditions in other areas are better, and taking into account whatever happens with groundwater and sea level in the meantime and weather, those are later decisions. So all that's before us on this discrete question is zone 1.
Joe?
Yeah, hold on. Brett?
Okay. Yeah, look, the question at hand, I agree with Ed. I have been looking at this the way that we've been going through the project with our staff, that we modeled this whole island, and we have to do the whole island before 2060. And I have always been looking at this as not stopping at phase one and waiting and seeing what happens. We hire the best engineers that money can spend. They modeled it and said, you need to do this by 2060. So we also hired Black & Veatch to put together a plan from beginning to end. And it's not just stormwater. It's burying power lines. It's our beaches. It's submerged breakwaters. All of this stuff is our resiliency infrastructure plan. And we have to be looking at this as a whole at all times and seeing what resources that we're putting at certain phases. That's a responsible way to approach any project. Because if you put too much of your resources, which is our scarce resource of money, into one area, and then later on, like, okay, we need to do the next one, now you have a problem. And what I fear the most, what I really fear the most, and I mentioned this to our manager multiple times, is that when you start to put so much together, where we're burying power lines, we're trying to do stormwater at the same time, which is an extremely large project, and you're trying to put that all down someone's throat, you're going to choke the system. People are going to start to get upset, and then it makes it harder to go to the next phase that we need to do, because they start to lose trust. If there's a lot of mistakes, a lot of issues that start happening, the way that you approach these projects, you keep it simple. So you have to prioritize what is the most and most important issues coming up. Mayor Davey came up here and spoke this very emotional speech about, oh, we saved money by doing this, because there are a lot of people that said no. This is not a question. I don't know who we're talking to about, but I haven't talked to anybody who said we don't want to do anything about flooding. There's nobody's saying that. Ed's not saying that. I have never said that. Nobody's questioned the science up here. Nobody says that we don't believe in the science of what's happening. What we're looking at is how the process is going through. Are the due diligence being done correctly in order to make sure that people are bought in to understand what we have? I think that's a very reasonable request. I think that when you prioritize, and right now it's getting, I feel a little bit out of hand of how people are using the word resiliency. We're starting to see it on all these variance requests that are coming. Oh, I need to build higher because of resiliency, and then we need to spend money because of resiliency. You have to sit down and say, what is resiliency? We're looking at two different things. We have resiliency, we have sustainability. Resiliency is going to be what impacts us from a major storm and how fast we can get back. I don't see the stormwater as our resiliency project. I see it as a sustainability project. Sustainability is how long can we keep a quality of life and live here. And we're trying to sustain ourselves longer here. So I see these as two different things. The power line is a resiliency project. A large storm comes here and hits us. It can wipe out our entire power grid, and we can take months to get back up online, which can very much disrupt and hurt property values if that's what a lot of people are worried about. But you have so the other, I mean, I want to do all these projects. I'm not saying not to do any of these projects. It's just which ones can we take? And then you have to also look internally of our team, our small village, a small team. How much can they handle? Doing two projects at the same time is twice as hard. It increases exponentially things to go wrong, which can hurt future phases going down the line. And that's what I'm nervous about. So I think we should be focusing on the resiliency stuff. We've been trying to get the power lines in way before stormwater, and at the same time, somehow the stormwater kind of reversed as being the primary item, and the power lines are kind of this secondary thing. We're just going to stick in the ground when we do the stormwater. I don't know how that happened, but that is what my concern is. But when you're saying that we should look at the whole project, of course, because we have to see where our resources are going. We have to divide it up. We have a resiliency plan that Black & Veatch has put in, the program plan. We need to start to put how we're going to pay for this over time. If you guys know, the resiliency plan goes to September of 2043 that we should be done with all the projects. Our capital improvement plan for 5 years has all the way up to design 4 of zone 4 going through. So we have to say, I don't know how we're going to do a project and then just stop and say, well, let's just see how it works. I mean, our engineers are engineering how it's going to work. That's not how you approach projects. So, again, I know that all the people that are going to write in the articles, oh, they're stopping this, they're against this, is untrue. I want to see it all going down and all being completed, but we have to do it in a way that we can make sure that the people stay on board with us through this entire project all the way to the end. And I say keep it simple. I mean, that's just that. I think we're going too complex.
Okay. I was going to wait a little bit, but where to begin? I think that there's just, let's discuss the premise first and foremost. We are not in 2010 or 2009 when we were doing stormwater master plans. We did 2 stormwater master plans, I think, before AECOM joined and did the stormwater master plan that really called out for an improvement of the pipeline. So this whole premise about utilizing the existing systems as an alternative, look, folks, we're in a different period of time. We've come to our level of understanding of what the impacts are and the stressors that we're subject to have significantly changed in the last 10 to 15 years. We're not thinking like we were thinking in the past. We're not really so much worried about the water that is coming from above and as much as the water that is coming in from the sides or above ground. So we're not designing for today, we're designing for the future, we're designing for a future generation. And that's what I think the shift in paradigm needs to happen. Climate variability and sea level rise are key components right now in how we design stormwater systems. These are standard applicable procedures and standard practices and best management practices are adopted all throughout South Florida. We're not reinventing the wheel here. They are expensive. Yes, I know it comes as a shock for everybody to see what the cost of these things are. But I think that there also needs to be a component to take into consideration that this phased implementation that we're talking about is not based on an absolute. It is based on an iterative process. The more we understand about climate, the more we get, it's like the cone of uncertainty for a hurricane. I don't know how to best describe it, right? You see the hurricane coming, but you don't know exactly where it's going to hit. Exactly, it's the same thing with sea level rise. We understand today a little bit better than we understood 10 years ago, and we'll continue to understand further and further. But I think the premise here is to design for the future. Whether we engage in doing Area 1 right now, there is something that I said one time, which is kind of called engineering intuition. I know they're both a little bit, don't go hand in hand, but you can project and you can sort of predict that eventually when you build one of these systems, and we're doing it really at the bottom of the bathtub, we're not doing it here, we're not doing it there, we're rebuilding or we're really strengthening our system at the bottom of the bathtub. And that means that water will eventually find its way to the lowest point, meaning that above adjacent watersheds that are upstream are highly likely to improve. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to sit 20 years and observe it, but we're going to be able to model it better, and we're going to be able to understand it better as as the science makes us smarter. As science, the other day there was a great podcast. The manager and I think there was a gentleman from the South Florida Water Management District that's in this subject. They spoke in detail about this, and I think it's a call to action more than anything else. All municipalities are really, we need to save our property values, we need to save our way of life. And we're not talking here about let's pick this well here, let's pick this well there, let's try to put them together, see if we can improve the system. We're not tweaking the engine here, we're really redoing the whole thing. We need a new car, folks, we need a new house, we need a new place, we need to build for the future. And that's what I'm going at. That's just for now. I'll come back later on, but it's important to understand that we're identifying a need. We're not static on what we're going to invest for the future.
So I agree on a couple of things. Number one, yes, you look at the entirety of the project, but along the way we've created flexibility throughout that project in the form of zones. These zones were built effectively for us to have a look at what is going to happen both in time and to our system. We've defined a level of service, and we are designing towards that level of service. Now, if we're suggesting that we want to go back and change that level of service, then that's effectively going back and changing everything that we've ever done on DIAS. We've made a decision and we've made a commitment, and we've only made that commitment to Zone 1. This resolution for today is to finish the design of Zone 1. Furthermore, flexibility. When we started the work order for this Zone 1, there was not conversation or finality in the fact that we were going to start in parallel other areas of the island, effectively Zone 8, which now we're looking at to pressurize wells and also underground utilities. So this idea that the undergrounding of utilities is going to be handcuffed by Zone 1 is untrue. We are looking at many ways to elongate the life of our current system by working in parallel. And to the point of how much can we do, we won't know until we start to do it. And yes, we may fail along the way, and that is a possibility. But we're going to fail and we're going to learn. And there's not a single person on this dais that hasn't failed in their life, and because of that become better at what they do. The compartmentalization of this project in phases is built-in flexibility so that we can tweak, so that we can allow technology to grow as we're doing something that we think is the best way to do it by the experts today. If in 3 years from now, when we complete Zone 1, in my opinion, technology has changed and gives us the flexibility to change our route, then we will have that flexibility. Nobody's talking about $1 billion project. The idea that we would even equate this to the Big Dig is absolutely asinine, in my opinion. Pardon my French. It's silly. It's not even close. So I'm going to take a breather for a moment, but I want to clarify that, yes, I agree. We have to look at it holistically because we need to have a goal out in front. But it doesn't mean that goal doesn't change. Goals change all the time, from day to day, in life, in business, in career, in relationships, in everything. And we've built this beautiful system that's going to allow us to go phase by phase, to slowly pause, look, learn, tweak, change, and move forward. When Mike Davey came up here and talked about, I have to say, a little vision, and I heard this the other day, I'm going to steal it, a little vision goes a long way. We have a responsibility here. Nobody is taking that responsibility lightly. The data is here. We voted on this level of service. We reduced the level of service exponentially from where we began this process. To say that we're moving too fast is, in my mind, a paralysis by analysis, which means we will never take that first step forward, which means we will never learn, we'll never have the opportunity to fail, and we have a Zone 2 and a Zone 3 and a Zone 4. At this moment, Zone 8 may not even be a thing that we do. We may find that the pressurization of these wells and the undergrounding of the Garden District will tell us that we won't have to touch Zone 8 for another decade. Is that not a learning? Is that not something that's built into the zoned process? Today, we were going to vote last week to approve a work order to finish the design of Zone 1 hard stop. Now, unless we're going to change the scope or change the level of service, which I don't think anybody wants to do, then we should move forward with that work order. We should finish that work order. We should finish the design. And it'll certainly cost much less to value engineer a full design than to stop a design now and then start again. Guys, if there's nothing else to protect but our island, what else is there? There are other municipalities doing the same thing. I've met personally with the mayor of Monroe County. They're doing the same project, almost on the same level with a completely different provider. And they're doing it as a proof of concept in a smaller area. But they're doing it and they're spending almost just as much as we are. And they're looking at a zoned approach as well. It's scary. It's a lot of money. But where else are we going to invest it if not in our homes? We don't have the luxury of not going forward. And we've built in a lot of flexibility to be able to change our direction 8 times. And there's going to be time that's going to get us to there. And we're going to get to see and learn. And yes, we're going to fail a little bit. That's it.
Madam Vice Chair?
It's a tough act to follow. I wanted to weigh in on your question of how do I look at this if I look at just Zone 1 as something sort of like a standalone project and not looking beyond it. And I come in probably somewhere in the middle, big surprise, that's usually where I land. But I do not think that we can look at Zone 1 as something that kind of is like, well, let's just go in and do it and then we'll really stop, because we owe it to the entire island to be able, I mean, frankly, you need hip waders to leave your house when it rains, and you're not in Zone 1. And it isn't fair to your neighbors or you for us to set ourselves up where we're only going to do our worst neighborhood and then we're just not going to be able to continue. So I think we have to look at it as doing something that is palatable and affordable enough to be able to complete the entire thing. I do agree with Oscar that there are opportunities to learn along the way. I think Fernando said it very well, that we're starting with the bottom of the bathtub and we're picking our worst project. And it's been explained to me, and I believe it will likely be our most expensive project. And it's a really huge pill to swallow. And it's interesting, you know, Brett, you mentioned that you thought that somehow undergrounding has become less important. And I don't see that, because it's an integral part of what we're trying to do in Zone 1. There's been conversations about going to other areas of the island that perhaps won't need stormwater infrastructure changes as quickly, and undergrounding them separate rather than the dig once. And we're even moving forward, as Oscar talked about, with this Zone 8 by Sunrise and Galen and Enid, to underground their utilities and make repairs and improvements on their stormwater infrastructure. So I think that what I see as a big change in how we're talking about and feeling about undergrounding isn't that it's taken a back seat, but that people have just gotten more comfortable with it. It's been, I mean, we sat up here when we had the Underground Utilities Task Force, and people were very upset by that project and the idea of doing it. And there was a lot of resistance and a lot of, maybe we don't need this, and a lot of fear. I do not hear that anymore. The longer we talk about things, the longer we study them, people get comfortable with it. And I think what we're seeing, what we're feeling is that stormwater is the newer and significantly more expensive project. And we're seeing what we saw in the beginning of really moving forward with undergrounding. I hope it doesn't take us as long to get people feeling comfortable and on board. And I think we've done a really good job with a lot of outreach. And you can see by the attendance in this room, people are coming and they're trying to learn, and they're trying to get comfortable. So I guess to circle back to, do I see doing Zone 1 just as one thing? No. I do think it's important to do it and evaluate the process very closely while we're doing it, and its performance once completed. But I do think it's our biggest project to tackle, and I do think it will have, I believe, an impact on the other areas. But I understand Brett's point. We're modeling as if it's already performing, and we will need to start planning on other areas after. And I do want to have some conversations tonight about anything that we can do to try to get a little bit of a handle on the cost. Because since we've started talking about it, I keep seeing bigger numbers. And I think Brett is spot on to say that if you make this too expensive for people to be comfortable, too big of a job, or not smoothly implemented enough, you're going to lose your community and you're not going to proceed to be able to serve everyone. And I do think that's our ultimate goal. So I think there's a lot of really important conversations to have tonight. I am still on board of moving forward with the entire project, but especially with Zone 1. But I do want to have those conversations tonight.
Mayor, can I respond real quick to something small? I just had
Sure.
three quick things.
Get something
So,
wrong?
utilities, undergrounding, again, doing these two projects together, what my focus would be is that if a hurricane came, and one could come next week, we don't know when that can hit. We need to protect ourselves. What we're doing now by putting these two projects together is that we're not getting to the other undergrounding that could be getting done. We could do the whole island for $60 million, could be buried, the entire island, and it'll take, I think, 4 years, three and a half, 4 years, I think is in our, I think I double checked it in our master plan. I think it was 4 years to do the whole thing, the whole island. And this project is going to take us how long to do? 3 years to do just zone 1 by itself?
Zone 1, yes.
Okay, so zone 1 is going to take 3 years. 75% of the island is still going to be above ground.
You will have zone 1 and 8,
Right.
both undergrounded. So you can bring your 75 down a little.
Okay, so whatever it is, 65% is still going to be up. The problem is that that's protecting us from a storm. We have to jump to the things that can protect us from the storm, is what I'm saying is the higher priority. Why not just get that done? Then we go to stormwater. The second thing I wanted to mention, that what Oscar said, and I want to ask Chad, but I remember I spoke to the engineers about this, and it was very clear that when you set the level of service, because we're going to be charging a stormwater fee, you cannot change that level of service to another zone now, because everybody's paying the same amount. Everybody has to have the same level of service because the fee goes across the board. We have to set that once. That's it. We're not going to set a level of service, do zone 1, see how it works, then go to zone 2 and be like, we can reduce the level of service. No, the level of service is the level of service. And is that right, Chad? Are we allowed to have different zones with different levels of service and charge everybody the same amount?
It's a good question. I mean, I don't think we've ever really analyzed that. We had an expert that prepared a stormwater fee. We would have to go back and look at that report and see how it was based. The fee, the stormwater fee itself was based upon the impervious impacts on that property. There was a base level, if I recall, a base level that everybody were charged the same. And then there was a unique portion of that fee that was tied to everyone's own impervious area.
I believe it was Tom from AECOM that was one that told me that you cannot change it once you set it because it's illegal to do that now because you're charging a fee.
You would have to look at the study to see if there was a possibility to be able to do that.
And then the last question I always have for everybody, and I think that we need to discuss this tonight, is cost. What is the budget? We have not set a budget. We haven't said, guys, we can't. Most projects you say, this is what we have. We got to build a system that works in here. Right now, we thought it was 58 million, went to 74 million. What's it going to be once we get to 60%? What's it going to be when we get to 100%? We need to establish what our budget is. And that's why we have to look at the whole project. Because we have to say, we have to do these other projects. And we have to make sure the resources are there. So when does it become, for zone 1, let's just say, when does it become a problem for you to vote yes to move forward with the project based on cost? That would be my question.
You had a quick question.
Yeah, I want to just address a couple of things. One, if I implied that I think we should adjust level of service when we get to different areas.
It was Oscar that said
Okay,
that.
well, I would like to be clear that
Yeah.
I don't think that. I do think that and this is just science, different areas will require different levels and quantity of infrastructure.
That's fine,
And
yeah.
cost will.
But the level of service will be the same?
Level of service.
It's just different pump sizes.
Yes, we all
I
deserve
agree
to
with
have
that.
the same
Right.
level of
Those are two
service.
different things. Yeah.
I just want to
And-
clarify, I was saying the same thing.
Okay.
Okay.
And the other is stormwater and undergrounding. I do think that while perhaps if we just put this all aside and just said, okay, let's all go, let's just underground, I think by the time you're done with undergrounding, because you're not just going to flip a switch and get started, you're going to be pushing this project so far down the line that the window that we are happily going to enjoy of continuing the useful life of our old system while building the new is going to get smaller and smaller and smaller, and you're going to have pushback from the community of, I just lived through undergrounding utilities and streets being torn up and not being able to get into my driveway. I need a break, and it's going to get pushed out further and further and further. And get more and more expensive, and as the experts have told us, the availability of federal funding and state funding for projects like this is going to become more scarce because we're in the leading bunch here, right? We're some of the first to ask for this money. So while maybe the faucet won't be turned off, there's going to be a lot more cups going under there to grab money than there is right now. So that would be my response to why not just push this aside and go all in on undergrounding.
May I just add one quick thing? I'm sorry, just one quick thing on the underground. Sorry, Mayor, just one quick thing. It's important. The concept of laying first of all, I remember when I was part of the underground committee, and one of the discussions that we had back then was the issue between buried and above ground. One of the main concerns, I think one of the pluses, and the pluses of having an underground system is that it protects the electrical system from winds and storms, but from flooding, I think we all understand that if it's not done properly or correctly, it's just as susceptible for a power outage than anything else. And the more the reason why you want to have a flood control system to keep those underground systems laid out. The fact, the concept of installing an underground system first, I think it's a little bit counterintuitive because you really want to, from a construction sequencing standpoint, you want to lay out your big systems first. You don't want to do your surface, shallow systems first, because then when the contractor comes in, he's going to rip the entire street to lay out a 72-inch pipeline, and we'll own that. He'll nick that, underground system, and we'll end up owning it. It'll be part of the contract. Remember, the contractor doesn't really install by the plans. They live by the contract, what's in the contract, and that's how they make their money. We got to be very careful when we talk about installing an underground system first, because we're talking about doing the shallow system first, exposing it to damage by a contractor. That's all I wanted to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah. Before I recognize it, let me jump in. Brett, we have a fundamental disagreement. I see water and I see the flooding as a much more affecting our property values. Okay, the problem with the flooding is a much more intense than what really is going to happen with the undergrounding. Is we're gonna have a better system on a normal day. Okay, and day to day, it's probably going to be very much worthwhile. We have a storm, power may be knocked out beyond the bridge. It has nothing to do with it. So, and what I've seen lately, and this is something that I haven't heard a lot of conversation about, is we just saw in that Tampa area, FPL put back 1 million customers back in 5 days. That's pretty remarkable that they're being able to take care of that. But also to Fernando's point, yeah, if everything is wet, you're not going to be able to solve a lot of those issues. And the continuation of water on your property inside your home, if that's how bad it is, that's a much more difficult thing to overcome than having the utilities buried underground. So, I appreciate what you're saying, but we definitely we can't agree on that, because water is a bigger problem, is a bigger vulnerability that we have than fixing the underground. And if you want to save money on this project, is take out the undergrounding. But I wouldn't want to do that. I want to do them together. But if you want to cut costs, there's a place. Mr. London.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I do believe in engineering, and I believe in physics, and I believe in gravity, since water goes downhill. And I think we hired top-notch engineers. The fact that we disagree on just one major thing does not mean I don't think they know what they're doing. I don't think they're wasting anything. By the same token, I also think when Steve came up with the idea, the big dig, I love the idea. Fantastic idea. Dig once. Unfortunately, open trenching in the middle of the street is different than horizontal boring on the side of the street. Addressing both Fernando and Brett, what Fernando was saying is 100% correct. if we do the undergrounding and we have laterals going across the street, so if you're going open trenching in the middle of the street for the storm sewer pipes, there's a good possibility that some of those laterals carrying the electric lines will be destroyed. By the same token, could do something else, which is put the electrical down one side of the street and come back to the other side so we can do both at the same time. I'm for going for both of them at the same time. I think we have the capability. I don't think that everybody thinks it's a huge, huge, big deal. Maybe I'm naive, maybe I don't have enough experience, but you know what? I don't think it's that big of a deal, and I think it can be done and satisfy the undergrounding and satisfy the water. The major problem I have with the water, as you're going to hear later on, is that we're not, the capacity is over-designed. By lowering the capacity, we lower a lot of things and lower the cost and still have a level of service which is acceptable to everybody. And I think we can do it all. And I'd like to see, and again, should be all eight phases, 8 zones, whatever. We just can't do one area. This is for the whole island. We can either do it for the whole island or we can't. And I think we'll find something we can do if this is not a system we can afford. If you come back and say, hey, we can't afford it, fine. Put on your thinking caps, redesign the system for a system you can afford. We definitely have a problem. We have to take care of that problem. What's the best, most efficient, most economical way of doing it? Right now, we're talking about complete pump system. Maybe you're gonna have to make some kind of modification. I don't know. Again, I'm not the engineer, but we can do that. And we can move forward.
Frank. Thank you. A lot of conversation.
Good conversation.
It's interesting. I appreciate your perspective on that can-do attitude. I
Never
agree.
know me any other way?
I agree with it. I think that it might be because you were closer in age to the development of the Roman aqueducts than the rest of us. But
I've been examining them ever since. And you know what? They're still working.
You see what's
Longer
possible.
than our gravity wells, believe it or not.
You see what's possible. I'd still like to try to dispel some of the mist on some of these factual contentions that we think are simply incorrect. I don't think we've finished that part of the conversation. It might make the rest of the conversation easier. The crux of the debate that I think Brett introduced in your first set of remarks comes down to two things. And we've decided both of them repeatedly, but just to summarize, and I'll translate what I think they are. The first is the proposition, we've decided to create a certain capacity of infrastructure underground and underutilize it initially for as long as conditions permit, but have the ability to ramp up and utilize it fully if conditions require in the future.
Right.
That, I think, is fundamentally the best decision possible. And we've come to it, we've reaffirmed it repeatedly. I'm sure it's going to come up again tonight, but for the sake of everybody who's trying to grapple with what's really at issue, I think that was issue number one. The initial overcapacity leading to flexibility to be able to fully utilize it if necessary later. The second thing is the keep it simple, stupid. I'm pleased with your contribution to that. I think we can do this. We intend to do it. The idea of doing separate sides of the street seems a good idea to me. And I don't know why, I don't think we've ever come to a point in the conversation where we thought we would defer the rest of the island on undergrounding until all of Zone 1 was fully completed with respect to stormwater only and undergrounding in Zone 1. I think we haven't faced that decision yet. It's a question of budgeting, but I think we should do it.
Do what?
Can I,
Underground the entire island, basically.
At the same time.
can I make a clarification too, just before we go farther? So, when we talk about water and the flooding and insurability, I think the public gets confused about what this pump is doing. A lot of people think that this has to do with hurricanes, and it doesn't. It's about rainwater coming down from the sky and it's about rain. These things are not operating during hurricanes when we're getting storm surge. And the insurability issue that Mike Davey came up and spoke about really comes from hurricane storm surge problems, not from rainwater. Now, if we do nothing until 2060, it may be a different story. However, in 2060, and our engineers did this, and we continue to tell them that in 40 years from now, we are changing, and we have been changing, and will continue to change our building policies so that these lying old homes, like the Mackles and things, they're going to get bought up, and they're going to have to build higher, which is going to reduce vulnerability for a lot of these structures by the time we get there. So I just want to make sure we're clear about when we're talking about insurability, really the threat, again, is a storm surge for insurability. We do need to do something about the rainwater in 2060, but that's going to be held with policies change and doing this type of project, which will get done at some point, depending on how large you want it and how much you don't. Go ahead.
Can I stop you there? Everything that I've read in the last 2 or 3 months, especially after Helene and Milton, is telling me there's going to be, in all these hurricanes coming before it gets to you, more and more rain. Talking about 19 inches of rain. You know, that's not the storm surge problem that you're talking about, but that is a real problem that you want to address. You want to take as much water away so that you can lower your risk. So I'm not convinced by this argument that all we're doing is a small portion. No, I think we are talking about rainfall, and whether it comes with the storm or without the storm, if it's going to be intensifying, we need to deal with it, and I think that this helps.
It's fair. The other question that I think, or the other item that Frank, you brought up was, to do other zones for power while we're doing zone 1. That sounds great, but again, it starts to continue to pull thin our staff to be able to handle more projects. Now we're talking about 2 projects at the same time, but now we're going to do zone 8 also. We have another project, and why don't we start doing power lines over here at the same time? You're disrupting all the people and traffic, and that was the reason why one of the reasons why we phase this, so we don't do that. And at the other time is, how many projects can people start managing? It gets too much. You have to focus on one thing, get it done, and move to the next. It's just, that's how you have to do these types of things. We cannot do 6 projects at the same time.
Let me try to offer, maybe this is going to be a paternalistic insight. First of all, insurance and the mortgage markets, I hear different. Reinsurance and insurance rate setting is paying attention to stormwater, and it's paying attention to hurricanes, and it's paying attention to all manner of calamity with equal priority.
No, yes and no. That's not correct. Because rainwater and flood is due to the federal government subsidizing the insurance. The regular insurance, we're looking at hurricanes, wind insurance. So there's 2 different things.
We'll get lost, but there's a bigger policy question about the solvency of FEMA and so forth and so on. So let's pass on that for the moment. The idea of, let's call it political salesmanship, by keeping it simple, to the extent that perhaps we compromise our better thinking, is risky and worrisome. And this is possibly where leadership and the best possible communications is really relevant. Because if we don't make the best decision, because we're worried about losing the audience, and we don't shore up the trust and confidence of the audience by explaining ourselves and communicating well and often, we self-defeat, potentially. And that's not what we're here to do. So it is demonstrably, this whole thing is the most complex thing we've ever faced and maybe ever will face. it certainly involves budgeting and appropriation and expenditures beyond anything that we've ever done. You made the point, and this is absolutely correct, that we've been good about procuring other people's money thus far. Right now, this is the golden age of federal and state financing. The people that are doing these projects are getting the support from funding sources. Not everybody is, but we are, and we're getting supported. If we don't, and we wait, I think two things happen. One is the why hurry question. The lead time on these things we've seen is 15 years to get to the point we're sitting at now. And the other people's money part potentially dries up if we're not successful at least implementing, starting these projects and getting some track record of results, if not success. The point has been made often that if we wait for a period of time, we'll be behind the time curve to such a degree that we may not catch up. That worries me as well. So let's keep it discreet. We make decisions discreetly on every issue that comes before us. We do the best we can after analyzing it fully throughly. I don't think we're communicating well enough because questions still come back that we think we've answered repeatedly, and we're obviously not, because the same questions still come up. So what I might like to suggest right at this minute is get rid of some of that mist that continues by trying to refute these very specific factual allegations about maintenance that for those of us that are sitting here, we think have been refuted constantly, but they're still coming up. On the subject of the budget for O&M, I think your white paper doesn't speak to a final number, a firm number. It separates between wells and the pump systems and et cetera, the pollution control and the outfalls and everything else. And they're different numbers, and it doesn't come to an additive result. Maybe you could just speak to that because someone raised that.
I'll ask Chris Moran to come up and talk about that.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Chris Miranda, Public Works Director for the Village of Key Biscayne. The question is what we're spending on wells versus...
Mayor Rasko made the point at the very beginning of this meeting that we're spending somewhere around we're budgeting and spending around $600,000 for maintenance.
We're actually budgeting and spending $708,000 total in the stormwater systems. $478,000 worth is dedicated towards things such as cleaning catch basins, so jetting and cleaning out, vacuuming the catch basins and anything within the catch basins. Cleaning manholes, same thing, vacuuming out the manholes. Jetting the lines. So we actually clean annually all of the lines. There's 88,000 linear feet of drainage line in the village, and we jet all those lines. There's 333 catch basins. We vac all those catch basins. We have 41 pollution control boxes that we clean out on an annual basis. We have the wells separately. We do have 39 wells, 35 of them are shallow, and we clean those annually. We inspect them annually. We actually also inspect the 4 pressurized wells annually, and we actually go by on a daily basis all of the wells and do a visual inspection. So we maintain an eye on everything going on daily.
That's the best summary I've heard in a long time. And just to get back to the wells for a minute, because the wells were handled separately from the other components in the system. The wells are observed essentially all the time. They're pumped out on a regular, as-needed basis according with standard operating procedure, I've been told. And
Correct.
if there's an observed condition by dropping the drop line that suggests that sediment is accreted before the scheduled maintenance time, it's sucked out anyway.
It is sucked out anyways, and we schedule 10 wells a year so that we can get through all the wells in a 4-year cycle.
So the premise that we are under budgeting for operations and maintenance, you just ran through the itemization of everything that is done on what is budgeted. What's missing? What are we not doing?
No, we are doing the entire system fully, completely.
That's what I was trying to make clear, because
correct.
that's what I've been told, and now we've said that publicly.
Correct.
Council member, if I could just make one correction, not on Chris, but on what was said earlier, not sure who said it, that we have 34 of 39 done. That is not correct. We will have 34 of 39 done, given the budget that we have this year. And so we'll have that done definitely before hurricane season this year, likely earlier. So right now we have 24 out of 39 done in the last 4 years. We will do 10 this year.
Okay, thank you for that. What I was told last week, and just a helpful point of clarification, going back 4 years, these are assessed annually. What I call the drop test is performed annually. And the wells that are observed as needing pumping out are pumped out.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. What I just said, that's a rehab of a well, which is different than our team going in, inspecting it and cleaning it. A rehab is, and if you want to describe, Chris, what a rehab is versus standard inspection and cleaning, there are different steps in what you need to do.
That's correct. So a rehab, we would go in and we would actually not only remove all the sediment and all the solids in the top layer, but we would also flush the well with fresh water to eliminate any of the small particulates that would be left down in the lower end of the well, down in the deeper ends, to flush that out. Then the wells would be tested to make sure that they were still viable and running at their optimal level at that point.
And that's the standard operating procedure on wells.
Yes.
And the conclusion that we've heard repeatedly is that that standard operating procedure is suitable, is appropriate for functioning wells that connect with the system and drain.
That is correct.
And the rest of the system, of course, you just said is piped out annually.
Correct.
Including and the outfalls are cleaned. So the premise that has been articulated repeatedly that we're not maintaining the system, and if we only did, it would work adequately for some period of time, we think is incorrect.
That is true.
You had a follow-up?
I think Frank got there. I was just trying to reiterate sort of the same thing. I think perhaps in the community, some of the confusion, I've been trying to figure this one out. I went to Steve and I said, is it that whoever's giving this information that we're not doing it, are they not telling the truth? Or is the company billing us for work and not actually completing it? Or how is it that we think we're doing all this work and yet the word on the street is that we aren't? And I think I've just come up with a new possible explanation, and that it's a misunderstanding perhaps of the definition of terms and also maintenance schedule and needs and industry standards. So the idea that we're not doing this rehabilitation of wells, and I read it in your background information we got for this meeting, the definitions of the difference between just simply cleaning out and completely rehabilitating, that is not a requirement annually, which is why we do not do it. It is not neglect, it is following the proper procedures. And I know you just went through that with Frank, but I felt like I just needed to do it again.
I think unfortunately, Lucho left already, but basically he has been on this like a whatever. And what he said and what the numbers indicate, that as of now, 22 wells have been done in a 5-year period from 2020 to whatever year this is, 2024. And the 10 more wells will be done by the end of the year. Well, we have scheduled, the work order is going out for 10 more, which will make it 32. 2 of the wells were redone twice. That's why you have the double one, you say 4, but they were done. So it's actually, 32. So at that time, you'll only have 7. And the reason why you're behind is because a contractor was doing the work. Evidently, 1 year, he only did 1 well and either left, you fired him, or whatever else. So that threw 9 wells behind schedule, if I'm not mistaken. And then another year, another contractor did only 3 instead of the 10. But in your 10-year cycle, you will be getting, every 4 years, you will be doing the wells. And from what you say, what I've read, 3 to 4 year cycle, unless something is wrong, is adequate to maintain the system.
That is
That's to the best of my knowledge.
And not only if something is wrong, you're assessing it annually, and if you find sediment has accreted, you clean it out.
That is correct.
But again, important to remember the difference between cleaning and rehabilitating.
Well, we're talking, they should be rehabbed. every 3 to 4
I
years.
understand.
Basically, we're in a 4-year cycle, which should be very adequate. And the reason we're behind is those 2 years when you had contractor did 1, the contractor did 3 instead of 10, or else we'd be up to schedule. So that is where we're behind schedule.
I have another point to add to that, if I may. Talking about the maintenance and of the wells, but also and I think maybe more of a question for the modelers here. I mean, what is the purpose of keeping these wells from the standpoint of maintaining the system, serving what we're trying to achieve, which is an elevated level of service, even with the current level of service, even if it were properly maintained and properly acting as they should, how efficient would they be to reduce the flooding? Let's remember, these wells are not logistically, or they're discreetly located throughout the island, and they're not really necessarily connected. They're not working together in any way, shape, or form that I'm aware of. So perhaps I just wanted to get, because we're talking a lot about maintenance of the wells, and I think we're talking here when we should be talking here. Whether we have these wells and they're working fine and they're perfect wells, the question is, are they really serving the purpose for what we're trying to achieve? And I think that's where the misinformation comes along.
And before Rowan goes there, and I'm glad you brought that up, Councilmember. Look, just like we're talking tonight about possibly doing our zones at different times and periods. If you look back in our history, and that you all have the history, much of this was done at different times for different purposes. So you're exactly right. A lot of this stuff is not connected, and they don't necessarily work as a complete system.
Right.
We don't have a complete system. We have a haphazard system that limps along. I'll let Rowan go through the details of what we have when it was put in, but you're exactly right. These things were designed for when they were put in. They were not designed for the target of what we're looking at 2060.
They were designed with a totally different engineering philosophy. We have a complete different philosophy right now. These wells are not connected. Again, they're discreetly located throughout the village. They serve no specific purpose aside from just collecting and draining on a specific area. They're not village-wide. And I think I'd like to have a little bit of a discussion on that, because we can be talking here about the maintenance of the wells and how necessary that is, but I think that creates an illusory effect that it's not true. I mean, really, we're not dealing with that. It would be an exercise in absolute futility to go ahead and take care of them when we're trying to do a complete different thing, which is designed for sea level rise and the future and the impacts that we're all going through in South Florida.
For categorical clarity, perfect. Let's go there. The difference in the conversation is not to suggest that the existing system is adequate for the future.
No one says that.
It's to refute the proposition.
I agree.
That if it was properly maintained, it would be.
Yes, and I think that they do serve a bit of a purpose when we finalize the construction of Area 1. I think that they could serve to some degree, minimal at best, to help drain some specific areas that they have a direct contribution to. And we could do that. We could use them for that purpose as a kind of waiting until we do that area, until we work on that specific area.
That is the intent.
But I think to introduce them as the all-in solution to really take care of it, to protect us from sea level rise and correct our drainage system, I think that is a flawed statement and a flawed philosophy. Well, it's being said. I'm not saying we're not saying it, but I know it's being said out there, and it's at least being presented as an illusory truth. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Vasquez. I mean, there are a number of different issues to touch upon.
You want to get closer to the mic?
Sure. There are a number of different issues to touch upon, not the least of which is that the efficacy of a well changes over time. So a number of our wells already, 26 of the 39, are wells that were put in the 1990s and are already between 25 and 29 years old. So over a drainage well has a design life of 15 to 20 years.
Yeah.
So while it might have a certain discharge capacity right up front when it's put in, that discharge capacity over time drops off. So we can maintain our wells effectively, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to drain at their design capacity. So there is that. Then there's also the fact that the groundwater conditions are changing. So as groundwater level rises and you're dependent on gravity, you're losing that hydraulic gradient that you need in order to meet that design capacity, discharge capacity. So, I mean, wells will always be needed while we're in the process of redesigning and rebuilding the stormwater system and shifting more towards a mechanically actively pumped system. But they're not necessarily going to be an effective solution moving forward into the future, indefinitely. And we can't get around that issue because we will no longer have the slope that we need, that hydraulic gradient that we need for those drainage wells to discharge effectively. And that's literally why places like Miami Beach and other areas are having to face that expensive reality of moving to an actively pumped system.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying.
So if a well is, towards the end of its life, you guys can redevelop the well, correct? This is $11,000 you wrote in the paper to redevelop it if we needed to?
You can redevelop a well,
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to get it back to 100% discharge capacity.
Mhm.
A well does have a design life, and it might just be, and I've spoken to the drillers about this, is this, why would you redevelop a well that has already reached its design life? You're not going to spend money redeveloping it. You're just essentially going to build a new well.
But isn't redeveloping building a new well?
No, not at all.
Okay. Because it's different than rehabilitating it. Because there's rehabilitating, there's redevelopment.
Yeah, redeveloping is a more extensive process.
Okay, and then the question I have, Chris, if a well has 25% of it filled with sediment inside it and or clogged or whatever, how much is actually at what capacity is that working at? Is it working at 75% or is it at 0%? I mean, does that stop it from being able to get water through or no?
I can't really answer that question in terms of like, okay, what percent capacity is lost based on 5 feet of sediment at the bottom versus 10 feet versus 50? I can't answer.
But it could be that it can't work at all, or it always still would work. I mean, even if you have 10% in there, does it still work? Can it be clogged completely, even with 10% in there?
No, I think it can be clogged completely. Yeah, I mean, sediment does push into the aquifer and then sort of clog up those pore spaces.
Okay.
Basically.
So, and then the thing that Fernando was talking about, I mean, I don't hear the discussion, or the way at least I hear it is not, are we going to use these systems in 2060? And why are we going to look at these systems and how we maintain them? But we're going to do zone 1. That's going to take 3 or 4 years to do. What about the other zones? They still have to be operating. Why would we not look at how we're maintaining those right now before we even get to them? Because we might not get to them for 20 years.
Who said
we still continue to maintain year
Exactly.
on
But
year on year.
what I was hearing from Fernando is that why are we looking at this when we're not going to be using these in the future? What I understand is that we should look at maybe taking a more aggressive approach on redeveloping, rehabilitating these wells so that all these other areas that are waiting are still not flooding, right?
It's right here.
Okay,
We're
but
doing
I'm
it.
just saying that's not what
We're
I was
doing
just.
it.
That's
I mean,
not what
you
I
know,
was.
let me-
just
let
hearing.
me- let me just- let-
Let me further clarify that, because I think there was I'm not saying these I'm saying these wells serve a very minimal purpose. They don't serve, they're not, the way it's being presented to the public or the way it's being relayed is that they're the solution that we haven't yet explored. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm saying, no, the wells are really technically obsolete from the standpoint of a design philosophy for sea level rise and looking towards the future. They don't really serve a holistic purpose for drainage. They can help us in the future as we are planning for future watersheds and how we do that. They can help us drain better those specific locations that they serve, but they're not the holistic answer and solution for drainage in the village.
And
That's
they're
what
not-
I'm trying to say.
And they're not the only component that we have. Remember, we have outfalls that are fed by gravity and are controlled, or actually are affected by sea level rise, because at this point, the outfalls, when they were installed, were, I'm sure, installed well above the sea level. And now with sea level rise, they're underwater, so we have to wait for that tide to come in and go out to let that system drain out, right? But all the lines that feed into that portion of the drainage system, we're cleaning those lines above and beyond anything that is mandated by the county, by the state, by the federal government. We're cleaning those lines on a yearly basis. Nobody else cleans and maintains the lines of Key Biscayne in the same manner.
So I think the question for us is, how aggressive do we want to be? Are we aggressive enough? Is cleaning rehabilitating wells once every 4 years, is that enough? Because it sounds like you could have it plugged, but water could still, or it could be plugged and it's not working at all.
Well, not
Do we
working at
need
all, come
to
back
pay
up.
attention to
But
that
they
in
are
certain areas?
evaluating them annually.
You
And
inspect
when
them.
needed, they're rehabilitating, not redeveloping.
Correct. Just to give a
But
perspective.
we're only putting 10 in a year, so if
Yep.
you find
That's
15
fine.
of them, do you leave the 3? That's
But-
what I'm understanding.
No,
That's what
they
I'm trying to
said
figure
that
it out.
they address them if they need
Yeah,
it.
I'd just like to clarify also, I mean, it doesn't necessarily serve you any advantage to, say, rehab wells every year. Okay, like, let's just spend more money and rehab wells more frequently. The reality is, we check to see how much sediment has accumulated in the well, and then we pump it out when we believe that it has reached a point that it really needs to be pumped out and rehabilitated. So, I mean, if we just said, you know what, we're gonna do our 39 wells every year, because that will somehow make for better drainage. That's not necessarily the case. You might just very well be wasting money rehabbing a well that doesn't actually really need to be rehabbed, and you're not really going to gain much additional discharge capacity because you did it every year versus once every 2 or 3 or 4 years. So we're also trying to be effective stewards of the resources that you guys allocate to us for doing maintenance, and do it in as cost-effectively a way as possible to get the biggest bang for the buck and not be wasteful.
We only have 1/3 of our capacity. Right now, according to the engineers, we have 302 cubic feet per second capacity in our system. Of that, 30% is the wells and 70% is the outfalls. So really, even though, we'd like to do everything else and it's really important, and I'm all for it, from the total scheme of things, it's a fairly low number. It's not gonna make that huge number of a difference just with those particular wells. By the same token, you'll look at, say, what do the 302 cubic feet per second do today? And how much more do we need to bring it to a level of service? And that's where we're coming from.
I mean, just to highlight what you're saying, Councilmember London, I mean, in Zone 1, since we're on the topic of Zone 1, we have 155 CFS discharge capacity need, okay? And we probably have about 25 or 30. So we need to close that big gap, say 120 CFS gap or 110 CFS gap. In order to do that by adding wells, we'd probably, gravity drainage wells, we'd probably need about 80 of them to close that discharge deficit. I mean, the spacing requirements alone would prohibit us from being able to use that as a strategy. So, and if we did go down that road, over time, that discharge capacity would just be getting less and less and less. And that's why you get an advantage of going to a more actively pumped system, because you can maintain a steady discharge capacity regardless of the change in the boundary conditions. And AECOM did a very thorough job years ago when we started this whole process, and they were issued Work Order 1, where they did a discharge deficit analysis, and they looked through all the various mechanisms by which we could move water, get rid of water. They looked at shallow injection wells, deep injection wells, the gravity drainage wells, the pump station approach, and they did a really rigorous analysis on all of that, taking into consideration present needs and then future challenges based on the changing boundary conditions. And that's where we ended up sort of going down pump station road. And then not relying on the wells anymore presently, and more so moving into the future, because they were just gonna not be an effective way to go.
So in zone 8, we're putting in a shallow injection well?
Yeah, 3 shallow injection
Three of
wells.
them?
Yeah,
And,
and that's a temporary, in a way, that's a temporary
Yeah, 20,
solution.
you said 15 to 20 year solution. Is that an option in the zone 1? Out of curiosity, why can that not be used in zone 1 for 15 to 20?
To close the discharge deficit in zone 1 with shallow injection wells, instead of 86, you'd need something like 52. And each one of those is about 100,000 a pop. And you also have very, very challenging spacing requirements for those as well, because you can't put them within, a certain radius of each other, or else you have problems with mounding of the groundwater table as you're injecting water in there.
There's also, there's also the challenges you saw at the last council meeting on Zone 8 of the size of that pump station. That is a pump station in effect. 80-foot long, 14-foot wide. Where are we going to put that? We're experiencing that challenge. We're going through that right now with Zone 8.
And over time, even those shallow injection wells will lose discharge capacity because of the groundwater conditions and sea level rise interactions and all that stuff. So you'll be putting in a network of shallow injections wells that will cost you millions of dollars, that have these very challenging spacing requirements. I don't even think that we'd have the spacing needed to put that many wells in to close the discharge gap. And it would only have like a 15 to 20 year lifespan. And over that lifespan, that discharge capacity is just gradually getting less and less. And so you're regrowing your discharge deficit.
And why does the capacity decrease?
Excuse me?
Why does the capacity of a shallow injection well decrease?
Because again, you're pushing against head.
But that's what you have a motor for, pump.
Right. So your pump is pushing against.
So you need a bigger pump?
You either have a bigger pump, or the pump
So
that you
therefore,
have
it doesn't
loses its
It
capacity.
has a longer life, but you might have to change the pump size, you're saying?
And the well size, the diameter of the pipe.
no,
You might have to also.
given that
Also
same well.
the aquifer, but also the aquifer over time is losing its ability to move water. They don't stay permeable infinitely, indefinitely.
So you're saying if you maintain it, if you redevelop it, whatever's necessary, and if in fact what you're talking about I'm sorry, excuse me, and you've increased the size of the pump, you can't maintain that well indefinitely?
No, that's why wells have design lives.
Well, you say design life. You say 15 to 20 year design life for a gravity well, and then you say our average for 26 wells is 25 or 27 years old. So obviously, when I talk to other engineers, they tell me the gravity well lasts 50, 100 years. That's nonsense. They tell me 15 or 20. As long as you maintain it every 3 or 4 years, they'll last forever. The only thing you're really worried about is the casing, aren't you? And the other thing, you can redevelop the thing with a cutter on the bottom. So where do you come with the 15 and 20 years?
Well, let me add, and this is just let's put this into context. So I didn't hear the exact number, but I think Rowan mentioned we'd need somewhere between 30 and 40 injection wells in zone 1. I'm not sure where we're going to
50 and change.
Okay, so even more than I thought. So I'm not sure where we're going to put the pumps.
I'm not
to
saying we
support-
should.
No, but let me finish. So let's give it a try, as we're going to do it over here in the Garden District, and we can test that for the next 20, 30 years, and we'll give you feedback on that, Ed, and we'll tell you how well that works. And if we need to put a bigger pump, we'll put a bigger pump. But the idea of even thinking about putting him in zone 1, just take that off the table. Just not enough space. I didn't
bring it in.
But Steve, I'm trying to clarify this for the people who are listening to this, because they have these questions, right? So one of the questions I have is, in zone 8, we're meeting that same level of service with the three injection wells, or we are doing a different level of service in zone 8.
I don't.
We're not meeting the same level of service.
We never discussed that we were going to meet the zone 1 level of service in zone 8.
And let me talk about
some injection wells.
The target of opportunity that the Garden District or Zone 8 was. So this was something, I believe it was COVID money, correct?
Yeah.
And Jake at the time submitted a request for an HMGP grant, and we were awarded it. So, you know, obviously not anyone who wants to give away money. We said, let's look at the location and let's improve the situation. This by no means is designed to the level of service that we identified for Zone 1. However, it will improve the flooding that we have in the Garden District.
This is an opportunity to just improve flooding in this area to whatever extent we can.
Similar to the immediate mitigation
Yeah,
program
and
that we put
with a thought that, you know, at some point, this area is going to get designed and tied into a village-wide improved system.
Yeah.
You know,
So, I just thought that this was an interesting solution of a middle step before the big one, right?
It's
like,
temporary.
Hey, we have a problem in this one area. We can put something there, and that would help us for a while. We got 10 years, 20 years to come back, and we'll hit that with a much bigger system than that. I'm just thinking that is an option on the table.
Well, except it isn't an option in Zone 1, we've heard, right? There isn't the space.
If you want to meet that level of service, but they're not meeting that level. It's like a bridge before you get to level of service. That's
It's
all.
a tremendous amount of money.
Well,
Zone 1 has much bigger flooding
feasible.
issues.
I'm just saying we have to look at the options.
And it's a much bigger geographical area.
Yeah.
And I would also say that you're just basically perpetuating this patchwork quilt of a system that is essentially what we've been doing over the last handful of decades from the 1950s to now, and you end up with sort of like a Frankenstein system that doesn't really work that effectively and is only going to get less effective over time.
I'm not proposing that we do this, but I'm putting something out there just for you guys to think about, right?
No,
I'm just saying, if for some reason we can't get this project moving for some crazy reason, who knows what can happen, right? Either it's too expensive or whatever can happen, right? Is there a plan B that, because around the school is a huge issue, could we put something there to help mitigate what's happening there until they can solve whatever is going on? Is that a possibility?
We've already done that.
We put an injection well at the school.
We already took a step to improve that situation, and it has actually improved a bit. We made the deal. It took forever with the school district to be allowed to install a pump, and we now have a pump adjacent to the K-8 on school district land that has helped. So the idea of, is there perhaps your idea is another Band-Aid we could put on the situation, but can we think of them? Yes, we already are, and not only are we already thinking of them, we've already done some.
Right. Yeah. So we are being opportunistic when situations come up, which is, I think, laudable of management that we're doing the Garden District. I think based on what happened last night, we're going to start working to see how we help Holiday Colony and do that. And there may be other things that we can do along the way.
Which goes to the flexibility.
Yeah, but that goes back to where I started was, okay, I can guarantee that we can do Zone 1 and do it well. Let's do that. Let's do that. And then we can look at other and what's next as we're finishing Zone 1. But if we keep delaying, we're never going to finish Zone 1, which is the issue at hand.
I just want to see if we can maybe wrap up this conversation about our existing system and move on to the other issues ahead of us. Brett had asked a question a little while ago of, or maybe Fernando asked, why are we doing this, right? And the answer that I see is the reason. I know what Brett's was. Fernando asked, why are we doing this with our existing system? And for me, when people ask me about the existing system, I tell them it is crucial for us while we are building from scratch our entire well done, not cobbled together,
keep it going,
village-wide system. In the meantime, we need to do the best we can for all of our residents, and that's why we do it. And then Brett had asked, what direction do we want to give? What policy do we want to set about what level of maintenance on this existing system do we want to commit to while we are moving forward in the other areas of the village? And for me, that would be to project to the manager and to staff that it is a priority of this council that the system is maintained the best that we can, so that, because we know this project is going to be long-term, to continue to serve the entire village as best we can with the existing system. I do not think we need to ask them to increase what they are already doing, of what has been presented to us tonight, of what their current plan is, what they've been doing recently, and what they intend to do in the future. I would say we want that level of service. We want the wells inspected annually, action taken when necessary, the entire lines flushed annually, the manhole covers, the catch basins, all addressed on the schedule that we've heard now. Not to take our foot off the gas, but at the same time, not to go too deep into our pockets to improve the existing system, knowing that we're winding it down.
I think you hit it right in the nail on that one. I think you hit the right philosophy. While we are improving and renovating our system, we're maximizing the capacity of our existing system to support us throughout this program of rebuilding and reconstructing or retrofitting our entire drainage system. I think you hit it right. That's the right way of applying this.
Let me ask you, Brett, because you seem like you're not quite there with me. Does that make sense to you? And can you put that aside separate from your other ideas, which I heard, of if we don't move forward, can we then perhaps augment this existing system? But just separate and apart, a decision tonight on how we're moving forward with the existing system as it stands.
So I would like to go to the next thing that we were going to talk about, whether we need to do further assessment on the system. I think we should have that discussion.
Let's have that discussion.
I have been in support for putting that camera down there and see what we have, because we don't know if there's a broken pipe somewhere or a crushed pipe in our system that could be fixed for very little money, that just to ensure that the existing system is optimally working. And we're not going to be able to get to some of this stuff for 15 years. So it's not like we're just waiting a year. This is still long-term stuff that we need to make sure is working.
Can you tell us what the jetting of the lines means?
So when we jet the lines, we are actually introducing a pressurized hose into the pipes that has a nozzle on the end that not only pushes water forward, but backwards to push any sediment out of the pipe. With televising the lines, and to address your question, when we jet that line, when that hose runs into an obstruction, we know there's an issue at that point. Otherwise, that hose is going to come all the way through between either manhole to manhole, catch basin to catch basin. It's going to go in one structure and come out the other structure. We run that line all the way through the system. We flush out the system. So we have actually noted anywhere that we could not get that jet line through. And there's only 6 locations in the village that we have noted. And our contractor just finished the entire system. So now we're going to go back and address those locations in particular. And we might go in and televise those locations in particular to see what that obstruction was. Is it a failure in the pipe? Did the pipe collapse? Is it roots that grew into the system, which most likely in a lot of these is the case? If it is roots, there are ways to cut out the roots without actually having to rebuild those pipes. They do have nozzles, high pressure again, with water that'll go in and cut those roots out. If that's possible, we'll go that route. If not, we may have to go in there and dig up those pipes and replace a section of pipe. Depends on what we find. But what I'm saying, or what I'm getting to, is, do we really need to televise the entire system? It's a cost between probably somewhere between $500 to $1 million just to televise. I just got a quote from a company today, and that was $860,000 to televise our entire system. We know where the issue's at. We have 6 issues, and this year we will go in and address those issues.
And it's not possible that when you send a line in, if you have something that's half obstructed, that it would miss it and go and you wouldn't know? Is that a possibility, or you would know no matter what if it's half obstructed?
We should know the line would be hard to pass through, and that would be noted at that point. But halfway obstructed, if you're trying to say, is the pipe halfway crushed? I mean, in that case, we still have some transference through that line, some conveyance. The water's still going to run through. What we're really looking for is a total obstruction of that line. We want to know why the water is not making it from catch basin 361 all the way out to that outfall 12, and I'm throwing locations, just, we want to know what's obstructing that water flow. If the water's flowing, the system's working.
Can you tell degrees, like to Brett's point of like a partial obstruction, do you get any visibility into that you don't have as much coming back or going out, like a quantity, or is it really just you wait until you have a complete?
No, you can tell how much obstruction there is by, number one, that jet line, how easy it runs through the system, and how much water flow is coming out of that jet line. Remember, that's a high-pressured water flowed system. So you can see how much is coming out on the other end.
So let me ask you this. If this island was your personal property and your house, and you were jetting your lines annually, would you feel that you had enough information to make sure your system was running well by doing the jetting, or would you feel like perhaps every couple of years you wanted to drop a camera down and just double check?
In my 40 years of being in this business, I wouldn't drop a camera down to check a line unless I knew there was something there.
Thank you.
Yes.
So one takeaway on this important part of our conversation is what would we learn that we don't know if we did a camera? What we might learn is that a condition is in a semi-degraded state, but hasn't yet degraded.
We know six particular areas aren't working, so that's where we can put the camera.
That's
down.
right.
Correct.
Well, that's what we just said.
Yeah.
And
That's sufficient
So
to
when
me.
it fully degrades, then you would know.
Correct.
Degrade being blocked.
Yeah.
And you're checking it annually, you're flushing.
We are flushing those lines annually, way above.
And we
Again,
already budget for that.
Yes, we are budgeted.
I could also add that AECOM did a modeling scenario of the existing system. And the modeling that they did of the existing system assumed that all the pipes were clear in conveying water 100% effectively, and that all the wells were discharging at 100% of their capacity. And when they did that modeling scenario under existing conditions, it indicated a level of inundation across certain areas that was then confirmed when they did the calibration of the model against observed storm events, where we measured the depth of water in specific areas and then compared it to the model results. So we know that there's a couple places where there's some obstructions, but we also know that the vast majority of the system moves water. And that being said, the system still creates inundation. So we essentially know the state of the system because we jet it, we've identified areas where there's potential blockages, and then we've modeled it, and the modeling results match what we measured in terms of inundation during a particular storm event.
So the
That's just
questions-
an extra piece of information that's
Which I think is
available to
important
us.
because we've had questions from the community of we've never fully evaluated our system is something we've all heard, right? So what we're saying is that while perhaps we've never dropped a camera down every single line and every well and every catch basin, we have with various data sets, we know the state of our current situation, right? We know how much water it should move at peak performance if it was all installed today. And we can assume it's not really operating that way, but if it were, and we know that is insufficient to meet the needs of our community today and certainly going forward in peak capacity. And then we also know where we have breakdowns because we're flushing the lines and we're inspecting the wells.
Yeah, there's
and
six specific locations.
Yeah.
We know where they are. And
So I think this
one of them is an outfall.
And I think this is
you
a
know,
very important conversation to have had tonight and a very important piece of information that I think people really are going to be grateful to have, because it's been a source of concern. And well, if you haven't actually evaluated, how do you know you even need a new system? And so I think we have the answer to that. So thank you.
And you said that one of them is an outfall that's obstructed?
Yeah. Outfall 17,
That's
hopefully it's
huge.
not that one.
no, it's outfall 15.
That's
'Cause that
30% of the entire
backs up
system.
everybody, right?
What's that?
That backs up everybody if the outfall is clogged, right?
No.
If you guys are able to
Not
open
They
it
go to
up.
different basins, different outfalls.
There are other
different places.
outfalls,
because of all
there are
the
other
wells.
outfalls,
It's
and
all
then there are
piping.
also there are also drainage wells. I mean, there's 3 outfalls and 6 drainage wells that move water for Zone 1.
Where's 15 at?
I think 15 is 640 Sunset Circle.
Yeah.
So just
Okay.
last point, in addition to what Allison just summarized, you also mentioned that the modeling assumes 100% effectiveness.
Yeah, the existing.
Notwithstanding the known condition involving 6
Right.
locations, 100% effectiveness, and there's still a rather large drainage deficit.
Correct.
In 2060.
No,
No,
currently.
now.
Oh, okay.
No, currently.
Okay, let's shift our good conversation here. What are the things we need to do to continue Zone 1? And one of the things that we carried over from last time, and we need to look at it again, is the Black and Veatch and what they add to this program. Can you walk us through where we are with that?
Excuse me, Joe.
Yeah.
That's really part of what I'm talking about with could they go after this thing to determine, excuse me, with the ACOM thing first, then Black and Veatch, because Black and Veatch is tied into ACOM if they're our owner's representative. So I would rather, if you agree, go ahead and decide why they don't use pervious areas. That's what I'm talking about now as far as that. Then, because if they were supposed, my whole point is, with Black and Veatch, they're our owner's representative. Why do I, at London, a complete idiot, have to find these things? Why shouldn't they have done it?
Can I just, you just were kind enough to show me a little bit about your thought process on this. I think that what is being asked is your C factor modelers. Why did you apply a high level of I think that the concern is, why are we using such an impervious number all throughout when we do have other pervious areas? Generally, in municipalities and residential areas, there's a combined, what they call the C factor, and I'm not a modeler, and I'll pretend to be one, but they apply that into their model. So he wants to understand the concept of why we considering just everything to be impervious, and I think that he has a point on that.
So ACOM did very much consider the subsurface storage, which is what we're really talking about. And for the benefit of Councilmember London, we have Tom McGowan up in the sky to speak specifically to your issue about that. And Tom, I don't know, can you hear us?
Just
I know he. I mean,
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, Tom.
Summon Tom.
So Tom, if you'd be willing to discuss this issue and Councilmember London's concerns, I think it would be very illuminating for
Can you
the group.
introduce Tom?
Tom McGowan is with AECOM, and
No, for
he's
the rest of the people.
he's the technical lead on all the modeling that was undertaken, and we have also Robert Eustace in the room as well. But I'd like Tom to take a first pass at it.
Tom, do you remember when I
Yes,
asked you
let me-
the question, why do you not considering the pervious area? And you told me at that meeting that the reason for that is because the sea level rise and there will be no capacity in the pervious area to absorb the water. And the same reason you told me about the gravity wells, you wouldn't have the head when the water rose up. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes, and what we did in our modeling was we evaluated the curve, what Councilman Fernandez is referring to as a curve number. And that is a coefficient of runoff. And we computed that for the 2060, based on the 2060 NOAA sea level rise projection. And we ended up with we developed a curve number of 95. 95
what's that mean?
is, that means 100 being pavement. So it means that the soil
100
column
being what?
is available. The
Go
soil
ahead.
column is able to accept approximately 1/2 inch of water from rainfall at that high of a number. Today, it's able to do about 1.3 inches. So your curve number today is about 86. And as we move forward in time with sea level rise, that curve number gets higher and higher and higher because the water is weeping up into the soil column, and the available pore space in the soil to accept water from rainfall runoff is less and less and less and less. So we didn't dismiss the pervious areas. We calculated them to be a very high number.
It's stored, basically, let me just clarify one point or simplify one point. It essentially translates to the fact that subsurface storage really provides a very minimal amount of volume attenuation. So like, for instance, if in a 24-hour period, the majority of your rain comes in like, say, hour 12, from hour 0 to hour 12, essentially all of that subsurface storage is eliminated because it's absorbed the water. And so then at the end of the day, when you have the peak of your storm and everything that comes afterwards, there is no subsurface storage. And so your system actually has to move that water.
So you're really saying you only need half the capacity for the first 12 hours and double the capacity?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, it's only able to take about an inch or a half an inch.
An inch what, per
worth
hour?
Of water, worth of water.
An inch per hour?
Yes, correct.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Now, we talk about the sea level rise, and you talk about the intermediate high, which is 1 foot 10 inches by 2060. And you also, you look at everything else, you assumed the groundwater was a minimum of 2 feet. Then when you look at the reports from Black and Veatch, they did for vulnerability, and you look where we are, and you look at FEMA's reports and everybody else's, we have between 4 and 5 feet above. So therefore, take a foot 10 off, no matter what, you have at least 3 feet of capacity for pervious area. Now, I agree that if it's coming down at a density of 2.8 inches per hour, only 1 inch per hour is going to go there. But how long is that 2.8 inches going to last when you talk about 7 inches in 24 hours? So it's not 2.8 for 24 hours. It's 2.8 is only one particular point in that time.
Okay, hold on.
Go ahead, Tom.
It's a total volume of infiltration of a ½ inch over the entire duration of the rainfall event, not per hour. And the NOAA intermediate high curve that the village adopted is 30 inches in 2060. Not 1 point whatever feet, 2.5 feet.
NOAA high, with intermediate high, which Steve told me to look at, is 1 foot 10 inches. Yeah, I got it. I brought everything with me.
Could I ask if someone can explain? I'm really not don't understand water like you guys. When you talk about inches and when Ed talks about where the groundwater is below the surface, can someone talk a little bit about how the water absorbs, how deep down it goes, how long, how the rate at which it's absorbed? Because when I think of, I mean, it sounds to me like Ed's got like 4 feet of storage there, but then we hear about, a ½ inch or, can someone explain that? No?
Tom, you want to take a crack at that?
I'll take a crack at it. So the soil column, you can only store water above the water table. So the depth of the water table to the ground surface is available for the soil column to store water. But in very fine grained soils, you only have about 20 to 30% of open space
in that soil column that can actually hold on to or uptake water. So it may be a foot to the water table, but you maybe only get 3 inches or 3/10 of an inch available based on those little pores in the soil column. So based on the tables published by South Florida, and there are tables published by South Florida, based on the depth to the water table of the pervious areas, only the pervious areas, we calculated a depth, a number of inches of water that can be absorbed. But then you have to divide that number, 3 inches over this half acre, by the entirety of the basin. So now that number becomes very small. So if you look at it, you may have 10 inches in this green space, but this green space as a percentage of the overall drainage basin is only 10%. Then the overall number for the basin is 0.3 inches. So it's very, very, so we calculate that for the basin, and then we calculate a curve number based on that amount of soil storage, and that's what we applied in the model. So average, with sea level rise to 2060, and with apologies to Mr. London, at 30 inches of sea level rise, then the depth to the water table is very small, and on a basin-wide for Zone 1 K-8 school, we calculated a half-inch total, meaning that the runoff from a 7-inch storm is now 6.5 inches, because half inch of it went into the ground. And that half inch goes into the ground before the peak of the storm, so that when the peak of the storm actually comes, we're dealing with that entire rainfall as runoff. Hence the need to have a pumping system that can pump somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 inches per hour.
Tom, is it possible that your formula could possibly be wrong when we have a capacity now of 302 cubic feet, and according to your formulas, your technical thing, whatever, it's not you, but somebody else in your organization, we're talking about 1,560 or 1,600 feet, or 5 times the amount of water that we have to get rid of. Now, our system isn't great. That's why we're here. That's why we want to improve the system. But I don't think anybody believes that we have to improve it 5 times to make it work and make it a level of service. I mean, that's empirical. That's just looking after floods, living here for 51 years. On the same token, when you, not you, but when you prepared this thing and you told us that in a 7-inch rain, it takes 97 hours or 4 days and 5 hours before it goes down. I've lived here 51 years. I talked to other longtime people. Nobody ever remembers these kind of times. So for 4 years to have a 7-inch rain take 4 days and 5 hours to go down. So which means, to me at least, that there's more percolation or in the pervious area than your formulas would indicate. I mean, I can't express that.
I'm not sure. Okay. Wow.
I will suggest to you that again, there's more percolation available today, but we have to model the design horizon, which is the ultimate design year of 2060. And if you look at what's available in 2060 as projected, then the numbers are much less than what you have in your head.
Tom, so this is Fernando. So what you're basically, let's see if I understand, because there's stuff going all over the place here. What you're saying is that, let's talk about groundwater rise. Sea level is rising. That, what we call the initial abstraction, I guess, right, in the hydrograph, when the first drops of rain start falling into the grass, there is a threshold, there is a difference between the top of the ground and the groundwater. And that area is defined, it's not a straight out area for storage, it's also based on the voids between the little soils, excuse me, Councilmember Lemon, if you don't mind. So as groundwater rises, that initial abstraction, which is what we call, as a term in engineering, initial abstraction gets reduced. And it gets reduced because as sea level rises and groundwater rises, that area that we had between the top of the soil and the groundwater has been further reduced. Is so far so good?
Yep. That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So what you're doing is that what I'm hearing that you're doing is that you're taking into consideration that diminishing difference between as the groundwater is rising on the top of the ground, that initial abstraction becomes reduced. So at the end of the day, when maybe 20 years from now, whatever, when it starts raining, it would be like if it was raining on a lake, not necessarily raining on grass, but raining on the water, raining on water. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. You get very little infiltration into the groundwater column.
Okay,
And
so I think
given the fact that you have sandy soils, you have capillary rise, so that you know, there's very little room for the water to go in the ground.
I understand.
I think Ed understands that. His question is different. I think his question relates to the assumptions, the givens in the equation to do the math. Frank, can I have that paper back? That he has a table from Black and Veatch that has a different total number than what we're hearing from Tom. And I think that that's what Ed's concern is. So
It's NOAA. There's NOAA numbers.
But how does this differ? I'm sorry, I don't mean
well,
to
because
cut
it's
to
a substantial difference in if you're talking about 1.83
about your
feet
area.
versus 30 inches in 2060 NOAA intermediate high. Perhaps the problem is that they redid the NOAA intermediate high. Tom, is your year
This was done last.
2017?
This is recent.
I believe
This
so,
is last
yes.
month.
Okay, so why does Black and Veatch, I'm sorry, I have to ask a question. If we have, why is Black and Veatch throwing a number there? What's the deal with that?
With what?
Why is
What
that
is
coming?
this document?
Yeah,
These are NOAA numbers. These are NOAA
It's a-
numbers.
well then correct, I don't know, I mean, get between the engineers and the program manager to resolve it.
Fernando.
You wanna address this?
Okay, well,
Is that a Scribner's error, or is that?
Yeah, I think
is
that's
talking?
what we're just wondering.
No. NOAA
All right,
intermediate high.
so let me just reiterate. So at the prior meeting, Mr. London referenced IPCC, which is completely different from NOAA, the International Panel on Climate Change, and their curves are not NOAA curves. So as long as we're talking NOAA to NOAA, we'll take a heavy look at it.
So maybe
The
we
other
could have
point
someone send
being-
Tom a screenshot of that, because
Well, allow me, if I may, to finish this point. So for every 5 points of curve number, you get about a ½ inch of soil storage. So if I were to reduce the sea level rise from 30 inches in 2060 to 20 inches in 2060, the groundwater is still coming up 20 inches, leaving a still very minimal amount of soil storage above. So if the curve number were to drop to 90, then we have maybe an inch of infiltration, but that inch is still absorbed by the soil column prior to the peak hour of rainfall of the storm event. And so when that peak hour rainfall comes, you have to deal with it as a big slug of water entering your system. And that being somewhat of the point. That as sea levels rise, what minimal amount of soil storage you have, 1.3 inches, today gets further and further reduced. And we can argue about how much it gets reduced, but it gets reduced to the point that it does not benefit the model.
I think what he's saying is that there is a discrepancy between the number that you are saying and the number that Black and Veatch is assuming on that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No,
I understand that.
There really
we will
isn't.
confirm and
I mean, we got the theory behind it.
NOAA intermediate high is saying that you get 1.83 inches, 1.83 feet sea level rise by 2060.
Yeah.
Which is 22 inches.
Okay.
And that's you would find that in the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Change Compact.
Okay.
We're not saying anything differently.
But is that different than what AECOM is assuming in the
No.
model? Then
No.
He just said 30 inches, so
We
Ed's question
were
is,
using a
how
value
does it
of 30
affect?
inches.
Where'd you get that from?
But
Tom?
27.
It was a published,
Okay, if it was-
published curve from the Sea Level Rise Compact. It may not, I'll have to check the year. Maybe it's a 2000.
Okay, no. In
2012.
Tom, you're in 2070. NOAA intermediate high would say 2.55 feet, which is 30.6 inches. So you're right, Tom. There's no here.
Okay.
But we designed the 2060.
Well, we were designing to 2060.
Someone didn't change it.
And the numbers are different, and I think that we can ask that question.
Yeah, I mean, that's
And ask
legitimate.
what, if we were to recalculate, what impact does that have? And I think that's the question.
I will answer that empirically right now in that it would be, as far as the peak runoff of the storm and the stages in the model, it would have minimal impact because we would have slightly more soil storage, but that soil storage is consumed between hour 0 and hour 11 of the storm. And when hour 11 to hour 12 comes, or 11 and a half to 12 and a half, you're still going to get 2.8 inches of rainfall, and that's still going to turn into runoff because all of the availability of the soil to accept any water is gone.
So when you're talking about a 27-inch rainfall with a 24-hour period with a 2.8 intensity, what does the thing look like? Is it like a half inch an hour, and all of a sudden 1 hour you have 2.8 inches? Sometimes it rains, sometimes it's dry.
No, it's a continuous rainfall. It's a distribution that is published by the South Florida Water Management District, and it is done purposefully so that all of the availability for soil storage is consumed between hour 0 and hour 11 and a half, so that you are forced to design a system that will deal with a large slug of water coming down the pike.
Okay, but then
that is their intent. That's the way they made the rules.
Yeah, but you're looking at a slightly more than a quarter inch an hour if you're talking about 7 inches in 24 hours.
It's the way the distribution is very much a bell curve. It's very little, and then it ramps up at those peak hours.
Two standard deviations, or one standard deviation, call it 2/3 of the rain. Okay, is that going to happen? And normal bell-shaped curve for the rainfall also?
I guess the question is it going to save money? The real question, is it going to create a reduction? A significant reduction in capacity and subsequently a significant reduction in cost?
In other words, can I get
And Tom's
do the
saying
same
no.
thing
And Tom
with
is
a
saying no,
half-inch system
yeah.
or a 1-inch system when you're prescribing a 2-inch system?
I mean,
and have tremendous reserve capacity going forward for 2016.
Look, I'm not discarding your observation. I think it's a great, and kudos to you. You should be a hydrologist, by the way.
A what?
You're a hydrologist.
Or an
Go back to your Roman days where you were building aqueduct.
I'm still taking care of the aqueducts.
Yeah, there you go. But I think your point is very valid, and I think it would be great if we were able to demonstrate that we could save additional money in the project. But if not, I think we're having a great engineering discussion.
I agree with you.
And we should have a beer over it.
I agree with you.
I think right now we're just trying to
And
get
I
that.
wouldn't be talking if I didn't think we could save $100 million or more, okay? So if else I wouldn't be wasting
Thank you,
my time.
Lucius.
I would be eating pizza.
Lucius Maximus.
But it is concerning because we made a vote on certain time constraints of how much water, how fast the water is going to be, which determine a vote.
Yeah.
And now we're hearing that the engineers forgot to adjust to the 2060 calculation, which was our policy of
Wait.
No, they didn't forget anything, actually.
Our vote was designed on 2060 numbers. I had all the numbers of how much rain was in the amount of rain and how fast it would be drained. And those were all based on 2060, and we made our policy decision based on that in 2060. But we were using a 2070 number still of sea level rise when we made that decision, which is concerning for me.
Did Tom say that the difference in the impact was minimal?
We are making a decision on the numbers of time and how fast that we spent a lot of money on making these models so that we can make a policy decision, not to just say, well, it may or may not have impact. We don't know what the decision would be then if it was different. I don't know what the impact would be.
May
Is
I
it
ask a
2
quick
inches,
question?
3 inches? Is it half an hour? I don't know.
May
I
I
would
ask a
like
quick
to know.
question to Roland? What do you think the effort would be to take a quick, run it again with those numbers? Do we have a discrepancy?
Different pervious area also.
Well, no. That's a separate thing. I mean, what would it be?
Why don't we just have Robert answer?
Robert, what do you think the effort would be on that?
Well, I would go back and state that our system was designed for 2060 with 2060 sea level rise. Sorry. The system was designed to be at 2060 sea level rise. The tidal boundary that we used was verified for 2060. So
Black and Beach is wrong.
Wait a minute.
I don't know if they're
let's
wrong,
hear what
but,
we're trying to get.
we just were presented a number, and what we have is verified, and I'd like to have an opportunity to take a look at their number. And we can
Tell us what the effort would be to do that, Mr. Manager. I'm going through the manager on
to
this.
look at what their value was.
To understand, to make the necessary adjustments, to put it all, balance it out. What Black and Beach is saying, he's found a discrepancy
What we would
apparently.
need to do would be to change the curve numbers in the model to reflect the correct, agreed upon 2060 NOAA intermediate sea level rise. The boundary condition is limited to no impact on the ability of the pumps to remove water. So we're gonna, the question would be, does it change the peak runoff, and is there an ability to do some cost savings? And so, Robert, the answer that you would be providing is, how long would it take to update the model with curve numbers and rerun it and republish the results?
I can give you the answers tomorrow.
Talk to the manager. I'm asking this for the manager.
Is it possible to find out if the numbers have been updated? The Black and Beach numbers were from 2017.
Let me make it clear. So
It's possible this isn't a mistake.
Black and Beach is not wrong. This has got nothing. This Black and Beach is taking. Black and Beach is taking this from the no intermediate high curve. That's so there's nothing wrong. No, this is just quoted directly out of their curve level. So
My question is, had NOAA updated their numbers subsequent to 2017?
No.
Okay.
This is the most intermediate. So we're conflating two different things. This is from the vulnerability assessment.
Okay,
That's for the modeling. Two separate things. Yes.
Okay. But I was hoping that was an easy answer, that they had been updated, and that's why it was different. The question here is both companies are quoting the same number from the same category from for the same year, but the numbers are different.
No, they're not.
They are. He said that he used
70,
70,
which is 30.
They forgot.
Yes.
You're stating that you want to see for 2060.
No, when
which
he
is
when
22.
with all due respect, Steve, when Tom started speaking tonight,
Yeah.
he very clearly said they designed the system. I mean, perhaps he misspoke, and that happens. I do it all the time. But he said that they designed the system to 2060, and we have now discovered that actually the number they used, 30, is the 2070 number. So that's something worth figuring out. What would the difference be?
Well, I think that's a question for AECOM. It's not a question for the curve, because the curve is what the curve is.
And AECOM will have
Correct.
it tomorrow.
So-
They'll have it
And
tomorrow.
the impact would be that it would reflect, and to Mr. London's point, there would be more ability for the water to go in the ground because the groundwater is not as high. It's still high, it's not as high. And so the curve number would come down slightly, possibly, and that would potentially decrease the peak runoff. But in my opinion right now, I will tell you that I doubt it.
Okay, so are you saying that the interpretation that Mr. London is giving this data is not substantial?
It's, we will verify, but off the immediate response to knowing the system and modeling, I would suggest that it is limited impact.
Limited impact.
Would you also say that the system that's required 4 to 5 times more capacity than we have today could possibly be excessive?
I do not agree that the capacity is 4 or 5 times what we need
Well,
today.
according to your AECOM thing, we have 302 cubic feet per second. You're prescribing, what, 1,500, 1,600 feet per second?
Based on peak hour runoffs
that's
and the
4 or 5
ability to
times
meet
higher.
a level of service that this board agreed to, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So my point being, you're saying to get that level of service, you have to do 4 to 5 times more than we have today. And I'm saying today,
Okay.
basically, we have occasional flooding here and there, but I can't imagine you need 5 times more to get to a decent level of service that'll make everybody happy. That's what I'm saying. From a practical, empirical standpoint.
I will reflect that to the board as that's a policy decision and not an engineering
Decide the level of service.
decision.
So I think, Ed, there's one key factor you're sort of missing in your equation, and that's that we heard tonight the level of service that we set, that we asked them to design to, we were significantly deficient in our current system.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not
That's
fair
what-
to
no.
use our current.
No, but the current, I'm looking at the ratio between our current system and quote, to get the level of service that he says we're gonna get with 4 or 5 times more pumping capacity. And I'm saying to you, a lot of that water is being sucked into the ground, and it's over-calculated in the pumping capacity we need, which drives up the cost dramatically. We won't need the other outfall. It just makes everything much less expensive and simpler. We get the damn thing.
If I may interrupt very quickly, I am looking at our report, and the chart that is in our report that cites 30 inches is Southeast Florida Regional Climate Compact 2019.
What is it?
So it's a
Right,
newer
that-
version.
2017,
that's the
2019.
The last report that the compact came out with
Okay.
was in 2019, 2019,
They
2020.
haven't updated.
And they haven't updated. They're updating it in 2025. Yeah.
So this one says for 2040, 17 inches, 2070, 40 inches, and in 2060, it's 30 inches.
Correct.
Mayor, can I ask a question about level of service really quick? I just want to clarify it because when we voted on Zone 1, my understanding the level of service was that we were designing to the 12.5 inches of rain that would be gone in 3.5 hours with the ability to expand to 9 inches of rain gone in 1 hour and 45 minutes.
That's correct.
Okay, is that the level of service? Because I've also heard our level of service is 6 inches over the Crown of Road for 6 hours. I'm a little confused at what is the level of service, because if that's the level of service, that's the one we're going to use.
That actually is the level of service.
The 9 inches or the 6 inches?
12.5 inches.
That's the level of service.
12.5 inches in less than 6 hours.
Okay.
Okay.
12.5 in less than 6
9
hours.
inches in less than 6 hours.
And 9 with the expand okay.
Yeah, at
great.
1 inch, at a 1 inch per hour pumping rate, you're at 12.5 inches in less than 6 hours cleared, and at a 2 inch pumping rate, you're at 9 inches above the Crown of Road, draining in less than 6
And
hours.
we would use that same level of service in all the zones. If by law we have to,
15 minutes.
we would use that around, and we would just make sure that we're in that range. Okay, I just want to clarify,
Right.
because I've heard
And-
different
and
things.
If I could add one thing to that too, because that number was based on road crowns that we were talking about as an initial road raise of 6 inches or to a minimum elevation of 2.33 feet. So what we did was we added the 12.5 inches to 2.33 feet to arrive at an elevation of 3.37 feet and say that's the highest the water can get, 3.37 feet. That's a numerical interpretation of the way that the level of service
Over the
is
ground of road.
Tom,
groundwater.
I have a question that kind of popped in my mind as you were speaking. For the ground elevation, are you considering, and you may have said this, I don't know, it's just, but were you considering potentially the raising of some roads or modifications of some of the profiles or potentially new BFE elevations? What is your top ground elevation when you're considering that gap? Because as we look toward the reason why, let me just explain. Let me just say one quick thing. The reason why the logic behind this, the context behind it, is that eventually, towards the future, we will have to deal with groundwater rise, and I see some potential raising of roads, or potentially, as we get new homes, there'll be new finished floor elevations, new ground elevations. Are you using the existing ground elevation, or are you using a future ground elevation to determine that gap?
Okay, so in the design of Zone 1, the instruction was to use FDOT criteria to determine the bottom elevation of the road base. And that is 1 foot above the groundwater table, mean sea level. And what we were told to do, and in concert with staff, was to use the NOAA projections for groundwater table sea level rise increase to arrive at what that 2060 mean sea level would be, plus 1 foot to get to the bottom of the base. And we made a decision, and is included in your cost estimate, to do what's called a black base or 4-inch asphalt base to help minimize the profile increase. And then 2 inches of asphalt. So the minimum crown of road for zone 1 is going to be 3.26 feet.
Okay,
And
and
I
that's
just
gonna be
said
the
that
same
we,
in
as
2060?
as we converted your level of service to a numerical value, the level of service for 1 inch of pumping would be 3.37 feet.
Okay, great, but is that gonna be in 2060, the same
Slightly over the
elevation? My question is, let's,
2060,
back to the future, back to the
the,
future.
but the soil storage, though, is based on, we used based on existing lot grades.
Okay, but is
We did not
that a
assume
fair assumption, given that eventually, and I don't wanna hyper guess this thing towards the future, because that's the problem with this whole subject of sea level rise and projections of adaptation and resiliency. But I think there needs to be some form of consideration. At the end of the day, we're gonna have to deal with groundwater some way, somehow. And the new homes will come in and will rebuild, and they will be built on higher elevations, and potentially the roads will keep up with that. So taking into consideration those factors, is it fair to assume today's ground finished floor elevations as opposed to looking towards the future? Because that would be significant if that would be the case. I think you would have you would have to increase the gap.
It would add to your soil storage value, absolutely. And we're really putting a blindfold on and throwing a dart at the wall at that point. But if there is a reasonable assumption that village staff and the council would say that on average, we can assume that as these projects evolve, that we're going to, on average, we're going to raise 6 inches.
Well,
And thou shalt take that into account. Yeah, I would be comfortable doing that.
Because, I mean, I think that we can say
I
that.
can't guarantee they're going to raise.
I think that we can say that we can, as we progress, as we move forward, and as we see, how this develops, we can discuss about keeping a threshold difference at all times between the finished floor elevation and the groundwater. What does that mean in the future? That means that eventually things are going to have to be raised to keep up with that. As opposed to letting the groundwater rise to the existing elevation, what we're going to do is that we're going to keep that difference all along throughout. So, and this is a discussion that we should have. I'm not saying today, but you see what I'm trying to say. I mean, eventually in the future, what we're trying to avoid is the water coming out of the ground.
Yeah.
So what we have to do is that we have to kind of go up with
And you're
it.
buying time until you have to start
Look at
raising.
the
so
last-
that gives
look
the
at
engineer-
latest FEMA maps. They have a FEMA map now.
Yeah, let me
And
just
the FEMA
finish.
map will show you that when you've elevated 2 feet, it's about 2'6" before the streets flood and keep.
Right, but that is a serious policy discussion, what I'm saying, because that has repercussions, but it can help guide the design if our intent is to always maintain a freeboard between the finished elevation and the groundwater.
I understand.
It becomes a policy discussion at council, but at the same time, we can harness what the engineer is designing and maintain a threshold that is conducive to a lesser, I don't want to say what I don't want to, you know what I'm saying, reduction, a lesser financial impact.
Fernando, can I add something to
More
what you're?
economical.
I'd like to add something to what Fernando's saying right now, and it's not as again, you're looking out in that future, looking at this zone right now. Frank and I, when we had our zoning meeting, we started discussing with staff about harmonization of how we're going to connect driveways to this new streets. And one of the questions I brought up is that, are we raising the streets now? And the answer was, in certain places, we need to raise the streets. And there are going to be impacts. And I said, why would we do that right now? And the answer was, because we have to meet a level of service. So the question from a policy standpoint that I'm concerned with is, first of all, do we need to meet the level of service today at the expense that we could be flooding people's yards? Because if it's up to me, I would rather have the water in the street than in someone's house or yard. So if we know that we're designing a system that can reach the level of service, yet there's still low-lying houses, I think that from a policy standpoint, we may want to say, we know this can reach that level of service, but we may not be able to do it right now. We're going to have to bring that level of service down a little bit so we don't start to raise streets in places where it can actually inundate people's properties. And I can tell you right now, if my property is low and I come home on a dry street and then park into a puddle of water, that's not correct. It's much more damaging to do that than to leave it in the street. But at least we have the system that can turn into that. And as houses get torn down and rebuilt with new owners or whatever, with the new policy of building higher, then we can say, okay, now we can lift that street up and we hit that level of service. But even if it's probably only a slightly difference. I mean, we're 5 times improving it, but maybe we're only improving it 4 times, not to risk people's properties until we can move it up to that 5 times that Ed is. So I'm not going to be here to make that decision, but it's very important that we're not inundating people's properties right away just because we're trying to meet a level of service that we have some standard that we put at that, but we know that we can, like what Fernando was saying, in the future, we're going to have to start raising because we're just buying time until water gets to the top and then we have to go up.
Trench drain at the end of each driveway with a lateral.
Well, it feels like it feels like a policy. It feels like adopting a policy saying you shall not have any more than 1 foot difference or 1/2 on the wet season between the top of the ground and the groundwater. You know that could be that's a policy. I mean, is it achievable? Is it I don't know. We have to analyze that. But for the engineer, it gives them a clear directive. Say, hey, I'll keep a foot all the time in my model. I'll keep a foot of storage. That's what they're thinking.
I guess two quickies. First, on the harmonization, you're right. We all agreed that would be wrong. But the harmonization discussion included swell adaptation to prevent that from happening. So
And incremental raising.
That's
of the
part
road.
of it. The policy point about elevation is not a future event, it's a current discussion. And maybe it doesn't really require a crystal ball because there's a lot of building activity in the village and we've discussed already that things are going higher. And that, one of the things we talked about during the harmonization discussion was the relative loss of that very important goal forever about proportionality. It's changing because the newer houses are going higher.
Yeah. But my concern is that we have to make sure that we're not inundating people's properties at the expense to reach this idea of this level of service.
We can't do that.
We have to make sure. And
That's the premise of the policy.
Yes, but we have not yet, exactly, but we have not set that. So right now the direction, what I heard from staff is we are being told that we have to meet a level of service and there's going to be some people inundated. We're going to have to try to figure out how to help them out. Well, we got to be careful of that.
That's the whole point of the harmonization conversation that hasn't concluded, but we got to get that solved.
All right.
Before
Just
we fret over that, I'm going to ask Tom to answer that question in a second. But first, I do want to state that, so I made a mistake earlier. This says 2017, so they were quoting a different sea level rise curve. So 2019 is what Tom said, which is 17 in 2040, 30 in 2060, and 40 in 2070. So they did design to 30 in 2060. Secondly, I know we've been talking a lot about ordinances, and I just want to make it clear, we're talking a lot about engineering a lot tonight. But there are a lot of things in ordinances and zoning that we have to do to address this problem as well. So hopefully we can get through this engineering, get this design going so we can address those things as well. Thirdly, Tom, if you would, can you address this harmonization? Obviously, as we increase the capacity of our system, I think we're going to direct the water into the system, so the ability for the water to go into our private property is going to be very minimal. If you can explain it maybe a little bit better than I can, if you would do that, please.
Correct. It is possible when the roadway is redeveloped that the edge of pavement may in fact be higher than the adjoining property, but we have 8 to 10 feet of right of way to be able to make an accommodation. And our model accepts a 100-foot offset, the runoff from a 100-foot offset from the road right of way, which, and for most intent and purposes, encompasses all of the residential lots at least those west of Crandon Boulevard. And so the pumping capacity and the system capacity that we've designed is designed to accommodate runoff from those properties. And so it would be a matter of adding a back of curb inlet or some area drains if the properties are not higher than the elevation where they could just sheet flow into the right of way and into the system. So if we had a low property, we could stick a drain out at the right of way line to accept that water.
You know, the interesting thing
So
is the
nobody's
typical lot-
yard is going to come home to it. Nobody's going to come home to a flooded yard unless it's just raining to beat cats and dogs.
Unless it's the water heater that broke.
Our typical lot's 100 foot
Exactly.
deep, and our typical paving is 18 feet wide. Our typical right of way, I think, is about 40 feet. So basically, it's 240 feet, 18 feet, which is impervious, which is about 7.5%. Is that correct? And the rest is pervious, pretty much, except for the concrete
Well,
paving.
plus
for
the
driveways.
40% of the houses and all of the patios and
Well,
pool decks and
does not-
garages and those areas.
But except that the water that penetrates down around the perimeter is going to go under that into the ground. There's no magical walls.
You're not allowed.
underneath
You're not
the
allowed
ground.
to. You're not allowed to count water underneath the impervious
Okay.
surface.
Can't count.
Okay,
It's there, but you can't count it.
Can I try to see if I can resume this? I think, Tom, what would be currently, I guess, let me start with this. On the wet season, what's the average difference that we have between the groundwater and the road?
Right now, the average roadway elevation village-wide is about 2.47.
2.47. Is there anything within is there any new policy being developed out there about maintaining a consistent difference between the groundwater and the roadway?
Well, the policy.
Has the
that
compact
we're-
talked about that, or South Florida, whoever?
DOT has published guidelines that say that the minimum elevation of the road base has to be 1 foot above the groundwater table, which they
Okay.
consider to be mean sea level
So
in this area.
So I guess that would be.
And as you then we
Sorry.
added to that, excuse me, but
No,
we
please.
used, instead of calculating based on DOT's criteria for what is mean sea level, we used the NOAA criteria projected into 2060 to calculate what mean sea level would be, added a foot, added the base plus the asphalt to get to the crown of road at 3.29 feet. So we're going to be separated from the groundwater table to the bottom of the base by 1 foot.
Okay, but that's less than what these policies are
That's
talking
higher,
about.
that's higher than what Miami-Dade County's code would require, or the DOT would require.
Higher or less, I mean, we're talking about difference, gap.
Gap is 1 foot to the bottom of the base.
Okay, I think this merits a discussion. I'm sorry, because I think if we're designing for the future, we need to design for the future for everything. And I need to feel comfortable with a freeboard, an adopted freeboard that we can adopt for the future.
Would you just put a parenthetical around that, and let's get there. But I thought I heard when Steve was speaking an answer that clarifies the runoff question that Ed raised. Did they model the runoff correctly for 2060?
Yes, they did.
At 30 inches, yes.
Yeah, they did.
They had the wrong numbers.
It's just that I think it's not a bad idea, and I don't think this would affect the design. I don't think. I mean, it's just a remodeling it, but keeping the freeboard consistent always.
Yeah.
We can't design and expect the groundwater to rise.
Yes.
We have to keep that freeboard consistent. So that's a policy discussion, not for today, but soon. But at the same time, we should adopt something right now that they can model it and give us a perspective if there's going to be any savings on the drainage.
I think that the
system.
conversation that we started with the, call it harmonization, is that conversation that needs to continue fast.
Yeah.
So Mayor, I agree with them. I think that's a future conversation because we can go on forever, but I think we should go into easements because the way I look at this, we're designing a capacity right now that can't get to the bay. And if we can't get easements, if we can't get access, we have a huge issue. We don't have a project.
We can buy it.
So I think we should have that. I think that's a more important discussion to have at least a discussion. I know it's not going to be a vote tonight, but about that.
We could vote on it tonight, yeah.
On that, Steve, when Dr. Simon was speaking, I think in October, we saved the date, or maybe it was September. Did we miss the date in October to express interest in preserving our contract right?
So what we did in September, we missed the 25th with a letter. I talked to him on the 25th, but we were able to give it to them. I think it was a day or so later. Correct, Chad? It was accepted, but with that letter, we stated that we were going to. So the council would hear it on October 15th.
And we didn't do that.
We did not do it. And verbally told them that we would move that to the subsequent one when this meeting came up, which is, I guess, October 23rd.
So we're out of contract. Chad, there's a concept of estoppel, acquiescence, waiver. Are we out of contract?
My recollection was that we had until the day after the last council meeting to get back to the seller. And from what I heard tonight, the seller has an under contract with somebody else. So I believe that's accurate, that we're out of contract.
Contingent contract,
Okay, sorry.
He said he would accept a backup bid.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's focus. Let's focus on the easement. There are in your packets the different options that are out there. I guess it's been posited that we can't continue designing until we have that. I'm not sure that's a fully accurate statement. In this type of project, there's going to be stops and starts that are natural. But this is definitely one that needs to be resolved. We may not, we may want to start in one direction, and if that is not successful, move to a second direction. But that's part of the infrastructure project that's before us. So let's talk about the different options and which direction we'd like to go.
I wanted to. I don't know. I see this little double asterisk at the bottom, but I don't see it in the chart anywhere. But it talks about funding availability, and it talks about the general obligation bond. And I remember clearly that when we were, and Allison, you might be able to correct me or not, but I remember that we said that we would not be, there's two things that you could not use a general obligation bond for. One, I thought it was, we were not going to purchase land with it. I thought that was one of the criteria that people were worried about, that we're just going to go and buy land for it. And the other one was that we really can't use it directly for storm water, because that has to come from our stormwater revenue fee that we would charge. I don't know if Chad, you remember that, but I just remember always going out there and fighting about why we're going out for this GOB. And I remember saying, people were like, oh, but we're going to buy all this land. And no, this is not for land.
I think
this is for bearing power lines and other things.
The question definitely included stormwater. That's at least my recollection.
We can't use it for stormwater.
You can.
No, we can.
We can.
Yes.
You can.
Okay.
You can use it for stormwater. And I think that what you may be recalling is there was a discussion about using it to purchase or acquire interest outside of the village. I think that was.
I can't remember. It might be wrong, but I thought we couldn't use it for that.
So I think this is fine. Yeah, I don't. I think when we look at this, we have to kind of decide, it might be easier if we were to decide what we want to happen at Harbor Park. Right? If the decision is we want it to stay open and as a park, then you kind of eliminate only the outfall property, right, as a standalone. If you, I suppose you could combine it with 375 if we could get back in there. And then that would be, if you want to keep it as a park, that's your cheapest option, would be combining those two purchases, right? The easement at,
375.
yeah, the combination there of Harbor Park and 630 Harbor Circle, thank you.
The 630 Harbor Circle does not have access to water, right? Or it does?
Yes, it does.
It does.
It's a vacant lot on the water.
It's a vacant lot on the water.
Oh. So I see a house on it, but it's,
What's the street address next to
must be
where
this
we
one.
talked about?
At 620. That's the one that's just south of 630.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to lift that rock again and see.
So I think that one of the places we possibly wanted to get to was to say, okay, because it is the, let's say, the least expensive option, or seems to be on paper here, well, necessary for us to continue to finish the design, we need to have an outfall. Does this outfall, does it work in the fact that you have a lot and hasn't been built on? So does that make it easier to use this property? And this 2 million, I understand, is part of the overall construction costs that's in there. Do we want to give direction to the manager to go ahead and put in the easement request with a dollar amount attached to it and hear back from this property owner?
Which one are we talking about?
630 Harbor. 630, the first one on the column?
Okay, because the first two don't solve our access to the bay. It's only the second two that we're looking at.
No, the first two do.
No.
The first two are looking to acquire 630 Harbor Circle as an easement.
As an easement.
630 is
This is
in
like
there
purchasing
twice,
the whole
Brett.
property.
One says an easement and one says purchasing the entire property.
Yeah.
The difference is preserving Harbor Park without a pump
Have you
station.
talked to the owner yet?
Yeah.
630?
Yeah.
What did he say? Can't hear you.
We've had a conversation. He hasn't said yes, but he hasn't said no.
Did you make him an offer?
No, we have not.
Did you tell him we pay him market?
That's what this is market right here.
No, I said, did you tell him we pay him market?
I'm not sure for the full.
Talk to him.
Are you saying for the full property or for the easement?
No,
For the property or for the easement? Either or, I mean.
Yes, we
I'm
told
trying
him
to
we
find
would.
out how did the conversation go? What did you talk to him about? So we were interested in the property.
We told him we're interested in the
Interested in the
property.
easement.
Interested in
And
the easement.
is he interested in selling to us?
He is not very interested in selling to us, but he hasn't said no.
That's for the easement as well as the whole property, or just the whole property?
We have not had any conversation about the whole property.
I see.
Just the easement.
I think the answer is we should focus on 630 and engage in a serious discussion and try to get that deal done, one way or the other.
For the whole property or the easement?
Either or, but I think the easement preferably.
Steve, that question on there's a street end, I'm looking through Google Earth here, the street end, does that continue all the way through, or
Yeah.
the acquisition of the easement would
It's
be
this
from here all the way?
No, the acquisition of the easement as proposed would be from the street edge, from the end of the cul-de-sac, no,
End of the cul-de-sac?
to the water.
This is not ours.
That's a
portion.
public street.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes, from the end of cul-de-sac, down the side property line, the end of water.
Yeah.
And then also going from the rear property line, from side property line to side property line.
So-
It would be
Getting to the seawall and then the entire length of the seawall.
Pretty straightforward to me.
7.5 feet from the end of cul-de-sac to the water, and then 10 feet wide from side property line to side property.
And what is he looking for, 2 million for that?
We've calculated as it would be 2 million. We haven't got into conversation in terms of negotiation.
Okay, so Frank, what you're proposing is that the first column and the third column give direction to the manager to go talk to him and see what he comes back and says.
Yes.
Okay, I'm fine with that too. I'm good.
I think $2 million is an awful lot for an easement that is going to entitle these people to have a seawall that's maintained by the village for the rest of their life.
I disagree. I don't think so.
It's all underground. They can't build in that area.
And if they don't want it?
Then they can canoe to their house. No, that was maybe too much. Well,
we can
I think it's a lot of money.
Restrictive covenant on
And
that?
it also, I think it's a lot of money, but I also think it then locks us into saying that Harbor Park is going to have a rather large structure on top of it.
Yes.
And I live around the corner from that park, and it is used a lot. And we don't even program on it. It's a real opportunity for something that we talk about constantly, that there's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to play, like these little pee-wee soccers. We looked at 202 and tried to figure out, could you fit a field there? We own it, we have it, it's sitting there. If we just go straight ahead and pursue this easement, if we're $2 million into it, we're not going to purchase something else.
So you propose that offer less?
Well, wait.
I think that we should talk about the property across the street from Harbor Park. The price tag is significantly more, but it offers us a lot more, and there are a lot of options for other people's money.
Are you talking
on
about
that property.
550 and 570? The last
550,
column?
570, yes.
Yeah, but I think that one's even harder to get because I don't think this helicopter pad deal is gonna happen.
I think, maybe I'm alone in this, but I think the idea of people landing helicopters adjacent to waterfront properties is just a matter of time away. It's happening already in Miami Beach. They just come in with a floating helipad, and then people take a little boat to their house.
That seems, I'd rather not just dismiss that as unfeasible without exploring it. It's a question of selling it, time, place, and manner restrictions. The virtue of these properties are great.
Yeah, we've watched, since the purchase of Harbor Park, we've watched Harbor Drive develop more and more into a linear park. It is used constantly by people walking in all manner of exercise or relaxation or recreation. And if we were to open up that space right there in the middle of the village to also have water access, and it is literally across the street, I think it's an opportunity worth exploring.
Steve, is this price that you have here, the 17.4, is that they are okay with that if they can have these conditions?
You talking about 550 and 570?
Yeah. Yes.
Again, that's what he told me. Again, I haven't gone into negotiation with this.
This is your number.
Yeah, no, it's not my number.
Oh, you guys
He said
discussed.
this is the estimated value of those current properties right now.
With having that helicopter pad.
No, that's when we go into negotiation and
Oh, so
try to get a bargain.
you think it will go down?
I don't
if
know
we allow
whether
that?
I think it will, but I sure will try to make it go down.
To be clear, the helicopter use would require a code change.
No, I agree. I understand that. Now the question is that the helicopter pad, if we say no, is you still willing to sell it to us?
No.
Okay, so it has to come with a helicopter pad.
Yes.
Or it's off the table. Okay, I just want to know.
Question, will we need the easement if we went to a one-inch system?
Yes.
I thought we didn't need the alpha with a one-inch system.
Now we still need 125 CFS to get there. We're at about 40 right now, so we're about 85 short.
So my concern about the 550, 570 is that the neighbors are not going to agree to it. And it's going to get caught up in litigation and time, and I don't know if it'll come. You can explore it, but I don't think it's going anywhere. I really don't. And I love the idea of having a park that can be water access. It's just that that's a terrible place for it. You're in a little cove with all the houses. They're going to be upset about that. They're going to want nobody in the water. And plus you don't have the views, right, that you would if you're on the ocean side. So I think there's some pluses that it's right across the street. I think the other side is that
Well, and
I don't think this
the
is
two parcels is huge because you can dedicate one more as parks and open space and use funding available for that, and use the other one for your public utility stuff with the pumps.
I agree.
And
I
I
agree
think
with
there's even ways around, as Dr. Simon said, maybe this isn't our ultimate bayfront park that people have been dreaming about, and maybe it isn't even water access. Maybe it's just water views. But I do not feel comfortable saying, well, there's probably just too many challenges. Let's just go and give someone $2 million for another easement and then put a pump station on the park that we've been enjoying, and it has to be explored.
Yeah, I get it. I just think that you're going to tie yourself up into not being able to do this project for years. So and we don't know where that's going to go. And again, I don't know if the power lines are handcuffed or not, as Oscar said. If that happened, are we still able to say, let's just start working on power lines while we're waiting for this to get resolved? Is that possible? Or is everything stuck now in zone 1?
When you say everything's stuck,
Okay,
I mean, we're still in design. So
let's put it this way: we're done with design, hypothetically, right? Let's think about this forward. We're done with design, but we have nobody that is willing to sell. We are getting into problems that can get caught up into years of trying to figure this out. Are we still able to move part of the project?
But why don't we just make an offer?
No,
Let's
I know.
see where it goes.
I'm just saying no.
Yeah.
My question is that if this could take 3 years to try to figure out, let's say you make deals and it just keeps going for 3 years. I'm just asking if we're stuck in this kind of area where we can't figure this out, can we start doing the power lines in zone 1 to get it moving?
Well, we're certainly not going to sit on our hands. But, if it's not feasible, then of course we can.
We could do it though. That's my question.
And zone 8 will be happening already.
I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but I'm just saying if we're stuck on stormwater, can we still do power lines?
So how about this? Why doesn't Steve have some conversations with both of those properties, right? If go talk to that one, let's see where it leads. And then at the same time, they still haven't broken ground at the Harbor Circle. That the possibility of maybe securing a possible easement down the road he's not going to sell an easement to anyone else for $2 million. That maybe that's our backup plan so that we can continue moving forward with zone 1 while we try to flush this out.
But when you mean continue, you're not under construction. You're just talking about design.
Well, that's where we are.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm talking about past when we're done with the design and we don't. If we don't have this, what are we doing? Is my question. And I just want to make sure that the design,
then perhaps we move on parallel paths.
Eminent domain, we can always.
Well,
so we always have something.
I'm just making sure that one of the options, if we hired AECOM to do this design. Yeah, but Ed, what I'm talking about is that if we're stuck there and we can't make a decision, I just want to make sure that the design that AECOM's doing for us, we can basically bifurcate the power line portion to get it going if we're stuck somewhere on the stormwater. That's all I'm asking, that we're not stuck with everything. Can we do that or do they have to go back and redesign stuff and that have to go through a whole nother process, or can we just use what they already have?
Talk about for zone 1.
Just for zone 1. Yeah.
I can't answer that question right now, but yeah, is it possibly feasible? Sure, we could look at that if we end up 8 months down the road and we're there. But I think what we need to do is considering putting an offer in.
No, I understand. You can put an offer, but if someone's not willing to sell you it, you're stuck.
Yeah, we can do what Ed mentioned, but that's
Ed's point,
it becomes a policy decision.
If we're facing, let's say, opportunistic negotiating headwinds, it's an option.
It's an option, but it's not guaranteed because you need to get the votes to do it.
No, it is guaranteed.
No, you need to get the votes up here to get it.
Sorry? No.
And you're not sure you're going to have that or not. I'm just saying you can get stuck. It can happen. I just want to make sure there's a plan B if that happens. That's all.
And I appreciate you bringing it up, but that is the decision of a future council. So
I get it. I won't be here, but I just want to make sure there's a plan B.
No, but
I don't want you to get to that end and then we can't move forward. So now we have to go back and redesign to bifurcate this.
I don't think anybody wants to sit on
that.
their hands and not move forward on resiliency. No.
So what do you guys think about the aspiration of keeping Harbor Park intact? Seems rather important because it's a Hail Mary accomplishment. And it functions well and it hasn't been designed, as Allison noted. What do you think of putting a backup on 375?
You talk about the second option.
I'm not talking about this as as to the exclusion of everything that was discussed, but as a separate. Because this is not the outfall or the easement to get to it. This is the pump station and to preserve Harbor Park. I still think that's a, forget, the history about how this was acquired and what the understandings were is less important to me than the fact that it exists and it's useful and it's used. Okay, and to lose a third of it or whatever it'll be seems regrettable to me.
Well, that's what we attempted to do in the second column, where you do two things. One would be the purchase of 375 West Enid and the purchase of the easement on 630 Harbor Circle.
Right.
That would be to put the pump station on 375 and discharge on 630.
Right. What is the will of the council?
Well, I can tell you, you guys are going to hate me for saying this, but I'm going to say it, okay? And I know we're not going to change this right now, but this is the consequences of this idea of having this adaptable system that can go bigger, because what you have to do is you have to build bigger pumps. You have to have more capacity of outfalls going out, which puts us in this difficult position. And I still do not agree with this idea of it having to be adaptable. If it just rains harder, what is going to happen? A couple more inches of water that takes another hour to drain. And the problem that we have now is that our parks are going to get eaten up by bigger pumps. Wait until we have another pump in another area. We're going to be in the same problem again. Now we're talking about buying another property because the pumps are so big because of what we're doing. And I'm almost positive that in 50 years, there's not going to be a rain event where we're just like, oh my God, we have to put more pumps in. I really do not think that's ever going to happen. We're improving the system by so much just to have that little extra. And when we talked about what's the increase of price and they said 8 million, there's so much more stuff that keeps coming down that line that increases cost, and this is one of them. We now have to look at another property.
I'm sorry. You want to design for today? Why do the infrastructure project? I mean,
not designing for today. 1 inch is good for 2060.
That's what you're ending up saying.
No,
you're ending up saying that.
12.5 inches, gone in 3 hours.
And then the other thing you're saying is, it's okay for people to flood. You know,
No, you're not
I
saying
never
that.
said that.
I definitely hear. I'm here.
Look, I think we're going. Look, I mean,
The
this is very
easement,
commendable.
Brett,
I
the
hear
one thing
the
is the
argument.
easement's required regardless.
We still
Even
Yeah,
a
sure, but there
1 inch
could be
pump, you
less
still need an
But
easement.
Well, the engineer told us that the 3 outfalls we have can do the 1
No,
inch.
that is incorrect.
But
Right
he
now
said that
we-
in the meeting. I'm just saying.
But I'm going to tell you it's incorrect. So in order to do 1 inches, we need 125 CFS. We currently have 40, so it would be 80.
How was our engineer that off? That day that Ed and I asked that question, and he sat there and Tom said it. You can do 1 inch per hour with the 3 outfalls we
Right,
have.
that's
Now
what
we're
he
at
said.
40 to 125. How is it that off?
Well, Tom, are you listening? I mean, I think you're very clear that we need 125 CFS for our 1 inch system, and we currently have 40. Or am I wrong?
He went to sleep. Lucky guy.
Look, I get your frustration from me saying that because I know
I'm not asleep, but 1 inch, you need 77 cubic feet per second. That would, with 154 for 2 inches, 177 for 1 inch. Right now, we have the ability to probably get maximum out of the 2 usable outfalls that we have, about 60.
I thought we had 3 outfalls.
So we need something else. Well, we do, but the one on Matheson is basically been determined to be unbuildable.
So we're
We
17.
only have a prescriptive, somewhat of a prescriptive easement over 7.5 feet, and mangroves in front, and a house being built on it. It's really not. We could put something there, but what we put there is not worth not worth the cost for what we're going to get.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that my vote.
So we have.
No, I was just gonna say my vote on this because I do not think it's necessary with that extra. I know some of you guys disagree with that, and that's okay. I understand where you're coming from. I don't agree with that. I don't agree that we need to start buying more land and doing all this because it's not absolutely necessary. It's this what if in the world that I don't think we'll ever need, and we're spending all this extra money that is exponentially more than just that little 8 million that they talked about. Is other things that keep coming with it.
Without being extremely detailed, I'll tell you in 10 seconds why I just think that's not correct. They went through the analysis. Okay. 3 minutes.
That's his 10. That's Frank's 10 seconds.
You know, if you didn't interrupt me, I'd have been done by now. I lost my train of thought. They just went through an analysis as to why the existing system is inadequate. They went through an analysis of 2 or 3 different alternatives, shallow injection, deep injection ultimately, and why they don't work, and why they're too expensive. So this is the answer, and we need a pump. We need a pump. We don't want to degrade Harbor Park if we can help it, so we need another piece of property. We need easements to get the pipes, and we need to get the dissipator boxes installed. So all of these things are unvariable. They're just fixed needs, as I see it.
Yeah, but
How's that?
they eat up more of your park.
60 seconds, very good.
It eats up more of your park. You have to take a bigger footprint for.
Yeah, I don't want to
more
lose
pumps.
Harbor Park, so that complicates the acquisition strategy.
I'm not sure that that's even that true, because I think what we learned was that the part that had to be bigger with the vacant area for the extra pumps was in the vault, the underground part.
Yeah, but the vault is a piece of concrete with metal on top. You can't use it as a park. That's what takes up most of the space.
It's going to be an art and public
So they
places
have to
and-
buy a giant piece so they can put more pumps in when we want to expand versus a smaller footprint. So, and then we're only talking about one project. Wait until we get to other zones that they're going to have to start doing this in other zones. You're going to have to buy bigger stuff, find more access. It's exponential costs that is not being incorporated in the original idea. And you can, I'm bringing this up as a point. I'm not saying to change right now, but I'm bringing this as a point that you can see where that policy decision is hitting us right now. And I understand
Yeah,
the worry.
but
I
we
don't want my
also
par- I
we
don't want the
also
park
have
eaten up.
discussed. I mean, you take these little kind of cherry pick little situations. It's not really necessarily fair to say, because we also said in this meeting that other parts of the village aren't going to require the same level of infrastructure to achieve the same level of service because the conditions are not as dire.
Yeah, you're not going to put
So-
a 2-inch pump in there, but your difference between what it is, instead of putting 2 pumps, you might have to put 1 pump. The other one, instead of putting 3 pumps, right? You're
I think what
diminishing
we're learning
everything.
here is that we can't plan everything exactly to the future. This is the price that you pay when you trailblaze and when you're making bold decisions towards the future.
No.
I think that it's very commendable what you're saying. I think what we're doing here is my father used to say, one nightmare at a time. You can't become you can't overcome every obstacle all at once. You just overcome it one at a time. I understand. Look, Brett, I understand what the sense that we would want to be able to provide everybody what the vision is, but truly the vision is only to a certain point. And from then on, we just have to keep going. The important thing is that we just have to keep going.
Well-
A lot of municipalities are sidestepping the whole component of sea level rise while we're sinking. A lot of municipalities are doing that because they don't want to deal with this stuff. I think we should commend each other for doing this because not everybody's doing this. Miami Beach is not doing it. They're always looking for opportunities not to do it. Neither Miami that I know of.
It's nice to hear that we're thought leaders as recognized.
I think so, and I think we need to do it that way instead of look. We're just getting tangled into details, but look forward.
But you also got to look at the residents and taxpayers. We told them it's going
I
to
get
cost $35 million. We're up to 60 million, I understand, and we haven't got done yet, and we haven't got the outfall yet. So probably we're maybe 65 million. So the question is, where are we going? And at what point are they going to say too much?
Well, let's be clear. So you're adding in the utilities, so it hasn't gone from 30 to.
No, I thought it was 75 with utilities and 60 without.
Yeah. 74 with utilities.
Yes, it's 16 million for utilities, correct.
So I said, so it's 60, from 35, from
No,
34
no,
million,
no, but-
900,000 to
So
60.
what's in there is about $6 million of design. So take that off. That brings it down to 54. The cost for the outfall acquisition of property, 2.5 million down is in there. So that brings that down to 51.
No,
And
I'm
then
talking about the total cost.
then we bring it down to program management, and that's about $2 or $3 million. So that brings it down to about 48.
You paid $3 million, 3 of them already to Black and Beach. So now it's only going to be another 700,000 to finish?
I'm just telling you the budget, Ed.
Oh, okay, the budget.
Yeah, I don't want to rehash how we got there, but that's what the budget is.
One thing that I think that council should do when it comes to costs is that you guys should always have the bottom line price. It is so confusing when we were up here in policy talking about $34 million when it was just the pipes, didn't include design, didn't include utilities, didn't include acquisitions.
I didn't know that.
And then they add that in after, and then you're like, wait, why is it 34? Now it's at 58, and then it's always, I think the staff should never present to us anything but what the bottom line is and how it adjusts from one to the other, because if not, this council cannot function when it comes to cost. And I've seen that happen a lot. Like they pulled even in the thing that you put in today, it said $16 million. I was like, what the heck is $16 million for Zone 1? I didn't even understand that. And I was like, what is not being included in here? I'll show it to you. It's in your presentation.
Of what?
By recollection, there was
Of what?
a lot of clarity around what was not included
I'll show you.
and why it wasn't put in there.
But you should never not include something.
But what are you talking
That's
about?
not-
I thought
if you
the
don't have the
35 was
cost.
complete. My mistake.
You
We didn't know what the cost
I
was.
thought the
of course.
35
Yes,
was
the
all
budget
in.
of the whole model.
We didn't know what the undergrounding was going to cost.
That's what your budget is. You don't know, but you can take educated guesses. Why we hire these people to do this. You don't just, they don't say, well, we don't know, so we're not going to put it in there. That's not how you do projects.
Well, look, I'll completely take the hit on that. We had spent over now a year and a half talking about stormwater, so we focused completely and totally on stormwater. We didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about utility. We were building that as a separate time. I'll take the hit that we didn't do it, but every conversation kept going back to stormwater, and that's why we were focusing on the cost of stormwater.
All right, so just so you know, that you might be just talking about the pump station itself, but in this it says construction costs. Pump system, Zone 1, estimated pump station construction cost is between $18 and $21 million. It's just like, I don't know if that's just this pump that you're putting in. Is that, I don't know what that means. So this is the kind of stuff, it's like, why are we should always just be presented, the whole system for Zone 1 would be this, or it would be
Capital
that.
values.
It should always be like that. Even
That's-
if you don't know, you put
that's
it
again,
estimated.
you're taking that out of context, because that's demonstrating the cost of a pump system. That's not talking about the project. That's what I believe, because I'm looking at it, but I can't see it from far away. But that's comparisons of pumps.
It says
Pump-
Zone 1 estimated pump station.
Right.
It's confusing.
And so
but-
what it's doing is trying to give you a cost of what a pump system would be. It's not trying to tell you what the entire cost of the project is.
It's a little oblique to this conversation, but let's direct the manager to negotiate all of this and to put a backup in on 375. And I'll just mention the implicit aspect of what Ed suggested as a looming possibility for sake of causing people to think about that possibility. That might help.
Are you making a motion, Councilmember?
What's that?
I move it.
I don't think we
Exactly
need a
what you
motion.
You need a
What'd you
motion?
say?
I said it cryptically. You'll ponder it during your sleep and you'll understand. You'll get there, don't worry.
Fluvius.
Okay.
The easement, sorry,
Yes.
I just keep coming back to just the easement at 6:30. I don't know what conversations you've had with them or where you're at, but I keep getting stuck on this $2 million, and I think about Andy Garcia coming before us and giving us an easement just because he didn't want flooding near his house. I think of Nick Molina at the end of Harbor Drive.
Unfortunately,
we haven't found those civic-minded people.
Well,
yeah, we're beyond that conversation, unfortunately, Vice
Yeah.
Mayor. There's no one coming and handing us stuff anymore,
Yeah.
and this is standard.
But when you talk to them, make sure they're aware that other people have. Sometimes peer pressure helps.
No, we have. And
public
this
shame.
person, this is an investment property, and he's just interested in.
Not interested in a free seawall in perpetuity.
No.
Let's talk to Andy Garcia about buying it, then we can negotiate.
And this is generally standard practice of how you evaluate an easement, or evaluate an easement, not evaluate.
I said it cryptically, but the idea that came about in the dais tonight is something that we've talked about in the past, cryptically, but it's a tactic.
Yeah,
There's
just tell
the
them
slow-
Ed's going to eminent domain it.
There's a slow burn. We've talked about the slow burn methodology. You know what I mean.
I think he recognizes what's coming after our conversations. That the first thing we got to do is give him an offer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what are we suggesting here?
Have the manager talk to them and see what.
On 630
back
Harbor
with.
Circle.
I guess both of them.
on both of them, and
And 550, 570.
Yeah.
And I'd like to put a backup in.
On Enid?
No harm. Might help.
Manager, have you sought out any expertise on negotiation tactics when it comes to real estate acquisition?
Wave your sign.
Oh, we have our attorney here, and he
Besides, Chad, would you consider yourself a real estate negotiating expert? So I'll go back to the question because I know the answer. Have we? Have we looked into, I mean, we have a community of very smart people that do this for a living and that probably have some ideas on how to.
Send Ed to do it.
We need, yeah, Ed.
That's what I said. Send Ed to do it.
It could be Ed. It could be Ed. I'm just curious, what resources are we using to have this conversation? Because you have an incredible skill set. I just don't know that real estate negotiation is one of them.
That's fair comment.
That's very
Right?
nice. That was very nice.
You don't know it's not, but
Fluvius.
You don't look like it.
He clearly didn't say it wasn't. He said he
Right.
didn't know.
Right.
Fluvius Maximus.
And so I think it deserves our best. I think it
for
deserves.
the best person to do the job.
I think it deserves our best effort, and so I could think of probably a short list of people I'd love to introduce you to, and I don't know, maybe Ed's one of them.
You just got a promotion.
Oh, no.
I just
All right,
promoted you.
I can't enthusiastically try and do something that I'm not in favor of, obviously, so, thank you.
You're out.
Okay, so let's go back. Focus. Direction to manager.
Negotiate all of it and put a backup in.
Yeah, bring us back real
Okay, so
numbers.
he's gonna, for example, he's gonna go put an offer of the easement on 630 Harbor Circle, right?
Strategic offer, yeah.
And then after that, is he gonna do simultaneously, or is he gonna wait until he gets rejected, or?
Judgment call. I don't
No, I
think there's
think
any
it's
reason
gotta be
not to do it
kind of
simultaneously.
But I
simultaneous.
have a quick question for this one with the helicopter pad. Are you guys okay with the helicopter pad portion of it, or is he just negotiating without the helicopter? Because I have issues with the helicopter landing.
I think it depends on where it comes down.
You just wanna ask him-
quantity of use and any kind of, if you can put some sort of
All right,
limitations
so he's not
on
putting
it,
an
it
offer.
would-
He wants to know what the terms are.
Yes.
If we put
He's
an
putting
offer.
together,
Okay.
trying to get to
One
common
thing
terms.
is it doesn't run with the land. Another thing is time, place, and manner restrictions that are strict. This could mean too a shuttle to Opelika and let him take his damn helicopter out of Opelika. Who knows? But you gotta have a conversation.
All right.
Now, ultimately, where that conversation goes is furious objection from the neighbors that are either going to be mollified or not.
Well, they've already told me they'll sue. I don't know if they standing.
Let's find out what the terms are.
Are they standing, Chad, next door neighbors and the other neighbors to sue on that? Same ones when went to the appeals court and all the thing in the past.
But what we don't know is if time, place, and manner restrictions and a life estate or something less than that are defined well, whether it changes.
Well, I think what will happen is we would, if use would be something that was going to be permitted, we would change the code and we would put, parameters within the code. Be a legislative change.
They have no problem with it legally.
I'm sorry.
Could they tie you up so you couldn't use it?
I'm sure that someone could think of a cause of action.
I'm sorry?
I'm sure they could think of some type of cause of action. But we're making a legislative change, which is based on, rational basis. Reasonable people differ. And if we can have a rational basis to make that change, then, I think we will likely prevail on changing our code. Whether they come up with other avenues to attack this issue is another story.
But could it prevent us from using the outfall while it's in litigation or something like that?
Well, I think that would depend on the litigation and the actions that they took.
What's most likely is this is not jurisprudential, it's political. I'm not sure that the subsequent counsel to this one would want to ram this down the throats of that neighbor if we couldn't overcome objections through time, place, and manner restrictions. But that's to be determined.
So, Mr. Manager, are you clear on the direction being given from this council?
From what I understand, Mayor, is that we want to put an offer in for 630 Harbor Circle for an easement for an outfall and dissipator. take advantage of Mr. Simon's comments tonight that the seller of 375 may accept a offer from us. And then thirdly, discuss the potential acquisition of 550 and 570 and all the conditions that align with it.
Is that what everyone is agreeable to?
And solicit, whoever's help here you think might be helpful.
Now, do we know what the offer was that they accepted 375 in it?
No, I do not know.
So to do a backup offer, are we going to match that offer? We're going to pay more, less? What are we going to do?
Well, I mean, we're always back to, we're going to have to do our own.
Well, I think this was the first that we had heard. I mean, did you hear? I didn't know about it.
First I heard.
So, I mean,
You need information, I think, before you can do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to get our own appraisal as well because we have to be tied to an
We
appraisal.
actually we would get 2 appraisals, but we know what the last purchase to sale price was.
And let's assume it's within the market, but the market's been pretty dead. So the question is it below what the recent market is, above or the same? That's all.
No, I mean we were presented with a contract with a price, so we
Well,
know
if
what
they present us with a
accepted.
contract.
That they accepted.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So we're going to get that first before we get back up.
What I'm saying is that Dr. San did provide us with an agreement that had a purchase price that was eligible to be assigned to the village to purchase at a price. We don't know what the backup, or we don't know, I'm sorry, we don't know what
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we don't know what that is, but we will inquire and.
Do that before.
That's what I'm saying, to get that before we go ahead.
Yeah, we'll get the appraisal.
That's what I'm
We'll see
saying.
whether that's a valid.
Not the, I'm saying
valid
get
offer.
before you get the appraisal, see what the agreement says.
Of course, of course.
What I'll call the Voldemort strategy.
The Baltimore?
No, not Baltimore. Voldemort.
Cliche.
But thank you for invoking
Harry
my
Potter.
doubt.
Harry Potter.
In this particular property, that strategy is less reprehensible, possibly, because of the circumstances. The owner's plans, from what I understand, it's just in a different state in terms of that play. That could be a possibility.
We understand.
Yeah, we understand the
I think that, look, Steve will report back, guys. He'll be consulting with all of you, individually. We have retained experts, by the way, council member. Steve, I think the only question for Steve is, you gave him direction, but when do you want him coming back? I mean,
Tomorrow.
I think December, I guess.
First meeting.
Right? Or before, if something else hits. I guess.
Brett,
if
do you want to
something happens-
schedule one more? We just squeeze one more.
Oh, this is
No.
it. I'm coming down to like the last couple minutes.
I think I would leave it at this.
Yeah.
If something happens, Steve will approach the mayor. The mayor, will
I will
decide
keep
if it's necessary to call a special.
Oh,
call.
I will
Geez,
keep
oh,
the
man.
council abreast on the process, yes.
I want one more with Allison and Brett.
And we'll do it on November 1st before.
No.
not again.
I will keep the council abreast, Mayor.
So what's next?
Before we go to Black and Veatch contract,
But we still haven't finished this, so I assume it's the will of the council at this point, that you don't want to hesitate, you don't want to consider anything else, even though this system is 4 or 5 times more capacity than what we have today, and it seems to be working today to a certain degree. Is that how everybody feels?
no, I
appreciate your effort, but that isn't exactly the way I would phrase it.
Okay, well,
the engineer said that what you were considering would not make a substantial bit of difference. So,
But he also, be on Key Biscayne, and you see what happens here with the 302 system, cubic feet per second, versus 5 times more. Do you really think that he's considering the percolation as it exists? And it's going to exist with the groundwater level rise. That's what I'm saying to you. I mean,
Ultimately, the conclusion was that the projection was based on the 20.
but even with using that, more than 5 feet above, so it's those 6-8 inches doesn't make a damn bit of difference.
by the way, there is different natural pauses in this process. And so what I'm hoping to is to get to 100% design, we put it out to bid, and then we find out what is the actual market aspect of this project. And there, you're gonna be able to make another decision, okay? So there's another decision point coming.
No, but the point, but we know that a 1-inch system will work and satisfy people based on the conditions that actually exist. Why are you gonna do a 2-inch system and spend that much more money in design and then have to redesign for no reason?
Because we're looking towards the future. We're not just about what's happening
No,
now.
I'm talking about the future. I'm
Yeah, 1
talking
inch is
about,
for
you know,
future,
you're like
too.
buying a refrigerator and you'll put no food in it for the next 40 years, a little bit of food, and then all of a sudden 40 years later, when you got something to put in there, the damn thing doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of life.
Look at it.
Look,
Technology I can
but this
do.
comes down to what, Mayor, what you just said, that does concern me. What is the budget? We're basically, what our strategy right now is design to a level of service, and let's just find out how much it is. But I don't know if that's the right way to go. I think because in projects, a lot of times you have a budget, you design it, they go out to bid, it comes in higher than what you thought. And then we go through a value engineering process
Right.
to bring the price down.
So why wouldn't we do that now?
Because we don't have a budget to bring it down to.
Well,
what
we
is
don't
the
have
budget?
100% plans either. So
I know, but
how
if
do
you're
you
gonna
value engineer?
if you're gonna
something
build a
that's not
home,
at 100%?
if you're gonna build a home, you should have a budget on what your house is gonna cost you, and you need to tell the engineers we need to work within.
How much
these-
can you afford to spend?
Of course,
That's
and we
what
need
you're
to
trying to
work
say.
within this, and that comes down to looking at the whole project and saying, how can we put our resources here? And this is what we got, guys, and we want you to design it. They have to come to us and say, okay, but you had this level of service, but we really can't fit that in there. We would suggest you to change this, this, and this to make it. But right now, it's open for them just to design it, and then we'll find out how much it is. And you guys are going to be stuck in a position that's very difficult to try to. Okay, now we have to redesign this, or do we have to change the level of service to make this work, or do we just go with it because, like Fernando said, we just have to keep moving forward. We can't stop, and we're going to have to spend more money on this. And what does that? How does that affect future projects? So
Does that segue into Black and Beach and also?
No, that does, yeah.
it will, but I think that this is something that I don't know if you can answer this today, but it's something that needs to be answered by this council. I really, really believe so.
I hear my
The-
dad saying one nightmare at a time.
The other thing that was interesting in the presentation, Steve, that you gave us is that in Zone 1, you're saying that the maintenance cost is only going to be about $206,000. It seems really low for a big system with all these pumps and everything. It seems low to me. I just don't know how you guys got to $206,000 for maintenance.
AECOM came up with that based on the linear feet that would have to be maintained, and I think it was $50,000. It was $50,000 for what was the breakdown?
Yeah, it
I
was.
think it's in there.
Yeah, it was done as part of Eric from AECOM. It was done as part of the facilities plan. I think it was like $50,000 for the pump station, and then based on the linear feet of pipe.
Yeah, and then there was also 15,000.
About 1/3 of 1%.
So 50,000 is just, it will actually cover all 3 pumps that are in there, or all 5
All
pumps.
the facility.
So if we have 5 pumps or 3 pumps, we'll still be paying $50,000 for maintenance on that per year.
Yeah, that is the approximation.
Yeah,
I mean, it just
I think
sounds
it was-
really low. I mean, it's not
it was
much
eight-
different than
it
the
was
gravity of what we
$8
have.
it was
It's
$8
shocking.
It was $8 per linear.
It was right. Yeah, Roland is correct. $8 per linear foot of pipe.
So it was like 17,000.
Yeah, I have it here. $8 a linear feet, 15,000 for unit of water, $50,000 for the
Yeah,
pump.
yeah.
But are you sure that these numbers are correct?
Yeah, those numbers are accurate. They were actually given also as part of the facilities plan evaluation. So it's taken from real data of similar systems.
And that's what people are paying for this.
Yeah.
How much does it cost us to maintain our pipes right now? Roughly.
Well, it says $700,000 for the whole system.
That, you know, what
This
we-
is 200, so you times that by, let's say, 8. It's only like double the price, which is
But
low.
there's a difference. The maintaining the pipes right now, we're doing a jetting and cleaning of the pipes. Understand that a pump station similar to this, the maintenance for it would be once a week, we'd have somebody go out and basically exercise the pumps, run the generator, exercise the generator. You're pretty much done going through the system.
Because
As long
the
as
force of
everything's
the water
functioning and
flushes
running,
it.
you're fine.
But obviously, this system needs to last for 20 years. So you're going to have
Yes.
gaskets that are going to have problems and stuff, and you're going to have repairs. If you put all that in over that time,
You'll have repair in the long run, later on with pumps, maybe replacing pumps as they're used. yes, you will in the long run. In the initial startup and running of the system, you're not gonna have that type of issue coming
So I
up.
think what we need to have is a cost per year over the 50 years that we're going to be running all of these to
Correct.
replace pumps, repair, whatever it is, because I think that's a little bit not accurate then, right? It's probably going to be much
Over-
more per year that we're
Over
going to need.
20 years, the number would potentially grow, you know. Also, cost of pumps would increase. I mean, we'd have to look down the road.
Yeah.
But to come up with a number right now, that is pretty standard for what is being paid.
Just for routine maintenance on
Routine
on year one.
Correct.
Okay. Black Beach.
We're done. Get it done in 5 minutes.
Say what?
Can we get it done in 5 minutes? We're done by 10.
Yes, we need to.
The next,
Wait, before, just,
okay.
can we just go back to the easement for 1 second and just ask the manager if everyone agrees? And Ed, this doesn't have to happen, but can we just get information to see if there's still an opportunity for a free easement for outfalls at the location of the helipad? And get those terms if they're still available and bring those back to the next council?
So what you're saying, Vice Mayor, if I understand, is 485 Harbor Point, I believe it is, offered us access.
Matheson, is it? Or no, whatever, Harbor Point.
Mr. Devaney's property, I think he doesn't mind us saying.
Yeah.
He offered us use of his property for an outfall, which is his property specifically, 485. The helicopter pad is at 490. So it's the same deal, is if we can use his property, then we would have to give him access to.
And we wouldn't be paying $2 million for the easement.
We would not be paying any at all.
Yeah, that's even better than.
But of course, we get into all of the same issues with the helicopter, but if you're going to be finding out those terms and seeing if by some crazy way we can make this work, let's pursue that as well.
I'll do that conversation again. That was, I think, a deal we were talking about in April or May timeframe, but if it's still on the table, I'll ask him about it.
I think that'd be good, another option for the next council.
Okay.
I don't know if this helps the negotiation, but I had suggested this years ago in the same negotiation. When he becomes president of the United States, he's very welcome to use the helipad. Try that.
I'll bring you on the negotiation team.
Unfortunately, if that were to happen, the supremacy clause would kick in and we would have no say. So
we'd be agreeable.
That's how it got there. That's how it got
But-
there to
but
begin
we'd
with.
be agreeable.
So
We'd be all right with that.
Okay.
What's next?
Black Beach.
Okay.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to Black and Veatch Corporation for program management and pre-construction services for the Zone 1 K-8 school stormwater drainage improvements project in an amount not to exceed $896,909 and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Move and second.
Thank you. Mike. Is there a discussion or?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we're
no
waiting
discussion.
for.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm going to invite Mike Rutano. No, actually, Jennifer, you have to.
I'm looking for them.
Before I invite Mike out from Black and Veatch to talk on his behalf, I'm just going to tell you my head's spinning up tonight. It's a great conversation. We've talked about a lot, and I can't give you an indication of how complex this program is. This is not something that is done by one or two people. This is something that's done by professionals. As you know, that our staff has a great job, and our village is designed to do normal operations. In order to do something of this magnitude, and I think we've learned after this 4 hours how big of a project and program this is, that we just don't do this alone. And so I'll set that stage and invite Mike Huda up to talk about what Black and Veatch has done for us and what they intend to do for us in the next year.
Good evening, council members, village staff, Mr. Mayor. So, wonderful discussion. I've been here for quite a while now and heard a lot of these, and it's always very fruitful. Obviously, a lot of the things that you discussed today directly impact us. We are the owner's representative, so we fill the role of the village's interests. Our interests align with your interests, keeping the budgets down, keeping the schedule moving, considering future projects as part of the entire program. What we did for the last year in the first work order here was to set up the program framework, set up all of the tools. So you're looking at overall project budgets and timelines. We did a big analysis on that. We put together program management plans, which did SOPs for basically all different aspects of the program. We set up information controls, so document portals. We did some of the project one, zone one, project management. So we set up the protocols for RFIs, submittals, designs, design reviews. We did an alternative funding memo. So we did an analysis of all the different funding mechanisms, did analysis on how to actually get support for paying for this program. We did vulnerability assessment, which we can go into more detail. I'm not quite sure of the discrepancy that we were discussing earlier, but I'll find out. And we did a lot of the weekly synchronization meetings. We brought in utility personnel. We brought the design for utilities a little bit further, brought the budget a little bit further for them, and we set up the groundwork for moving forward. So now what we're doing is we're asking for the next year to take it from where we are to the construction point. So we're going to be looking at, one, we have our own engineers. We'd be your peer review. We would be able to do the design review with our engineers, and we'd be doing cost estimating review, again, from an owner's representative standpoint. This is part of the scope of work. We'd also be continuing on all of the program management. We'd also be setting up the bidding documents and going over what is the best way of actually breaking up this project to get the best value out of your contractors. We'd be meeting with basically other contractors in order to make sure that we have all of the scope of work included in those bidding documents. And we're looking at it from a program wide, so we're looking at the Zone 8 undergrounding. We're including the analysis of the Garden District for the generators. As of yesterday, Holiday Colony. So we're acting in that capacity. We provided a little overview of the basics of program management, what we've delivered. We've provided a lot of those deliverables over to village staff. I'm sure anybody has access, we're happy to provide as well.
How much
But-
how much have we paid you since you started?
Since work order 2 was 1.39.
Okay.
Although I think the last invoice hasn't actually been sent
Okay,
out
that's
yet.
close
so.
enough. And what have you done that we can actually use that money?
All of those deliverables that I just
Well,
mentioned.
No, but you
all-
mentioned here, your technical representative, future project planning and budgeting. So you're working on future projects for us.
Mm-hmm.
What future projects are you working on?
What is the answer to his question?
So basically all 8 zones.
Sorry?
So all 8 zones, but at that, we're not moving forward on any of it. But right now, we have Garden District, we have generators, we have Army Corps of Engineers, we have Zone 1, and then Zone 8 undergrounding, and we haven't done much with Holiday Colony at this point. But
You're
we just
reviewing
put that on.
construction bids. What kind of bids are we getting so far?
No, they will be.
No, that's for the next work order.
This is for program management overview. This is not work order 2. I thought looking at work order 1.
No, that's the work order that they will be doing for us going
Oh,
forward.
this is work order, the whole thing is work order 2.
That's aligned with this resolution. That's what the work they'll be doing for this resolution.
Which is work order 4.
Work order 4.
So the answer to his question is work order 2 accomplishments, which is your third sheet.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. You're, oh, this is. To engage on work order two.
Work order 2 is what we have been working on.
What you have been
So
doing.
that has been completed. And now we're actually working on work order 4.
Okay.
Work order 3 is
I got you.
basically a
My
very
mistake.
small.
Where's work order 3?
That was a very small bridge to basically keep us engaged for this month.
Wait a minute, I'm just trying to understand what I'm looking at here.
And it's a continuation of the WASD JPA drafting as well.
So in work order 4, you're saying this is a 1 year amount of work in here? Is it less than a year? Is it more than a year?
It's 1 year worth of work. Obviously, there's exclusions, but this is to last us 1 year.
So like, for instance, in task 1.1 program management, you guys are going to be providing 8 hours of oversight per week.
Yes.
And you're charging $329,000 for that.
No, 500 something.
Well, no, it's not just from 8 hours per week. It's 8 hours per week of sync meetings and village staff engagement for basically me being here for 1 day a week. But then we have a team that also works on updating all of those tools that we were speaking of. We have the coordination that we're doing with the utilities and doing some of the estimating for some of those future programs as well.
I think one of the things, and I'm not sure whether you guys have been working on this or not, is I mean, we've gone through we certainly looked at the price. We've been, as you can see, is struggling here to try to reduce the price and look for ways of accommodating that. What I'd like to see from you guys right now, especially earlier as we move towards construction, is really start understanding what type of contract we want to have. I don't know if you're working with our legal department or not, but I mean, I would expect program management to start assessing what the risks are, because we're talking about, as you know, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars that we have to invest. And we don't want to step into construction with a low bid, lowball contractor and then eat us away with the contract. So I'd like to understand what are you doing as it relates to that, and if you can get more effort in that. I know you guys have a lot of experience with this, and I think that would be very useful at this moment, at this juncture, to get you to do that. Really assess all the risks.
Absolutely, and that is one of the tasks in the next work order. Now, at this point, we're not putting all of the bid documents together because we're still reviewing the design documents, but those bid documents will start beginning to come alive sometime around next spring, next summer, before the 100% design is actually completed. Right now, what we're looking at, and there's still a lot of variables that are over here, but is if you break this project into smaller contracts, you might be able to get specialty contractors that might be able to get you more competitive bids. You can break it into smaller contracts so that you might be able to get different funding requirements. So you might be able to get better grants.
And what are we waiting for that? Because I'd like to see more of you guys on the board. I know what you're doing. I know that you're thinking the project through. You're trying to assemble it and prepare it so it can be built properly. So we stay within the budget that we're trying to work on, and we don't just get thrown to the wolves. I'd like to see more of you. I'd like to see more of the podium, and I'd like you to tell us what you're doing and how you're assembling this deliverable to be successful in the field.
Understood. I think that it would be good to have more conversations, especially as we get closer to that time when we're going out to bid. We wouldn't be putting anything out into the street this early, just because those contracts wouldn't last. They have lifespans, obviously, but just having the conversations on these options, like we do for everything else, can go out for discussions.
And Councilman, if I could answer you on that, respond on that, not necessarily respond, but provide you more information on that. Look, as you know, Rowan and I are fairly passionate about this project, as is everybody else.
Passionate.
Sometimes a little bit, and we'll take that we probably haven't put Mike out front as much as we should. We had that conversation earlier this week. You will see more of him. That is truly my expectation as we go forward. Number one,
he doesn't have a Kevlar vest yet.
Not yet, but he's going to get one. But I do want to let you know that his and his team's done amazing back of house work to set us up. And that's part of the deal as we transition forward into this one. This is now including the monitoring, the controlling, the reporting of this project, where he's actually going to be out front. So that is my expectation, and then he's going to fulfill those requirements.
Great. Steve, another thing that I wanted to kind of talk about, and I know this is, as everybody knows, we've been hit with this impervious ordinance by Miami-Dade County. And I just want to quickly recognize, I see Irela Bagué there. Irela was part of the task force for Biscayne Bay. You're the chief, I don't know if he's still with them. Chief Bay Officer. And I wanted to take this opportunity that Irela's here because it kind of dovetails into the crisis that we're going through right now with, you know, which could end up being not a deal breaker, but really affect our price or what we need to do with water quality. And one of the things that I think Black and Veatch could be very helpful in guiding, helping Key Biscayne is understanding a way that we can mitigate the impacts related to water quality. And, you know, I think that
expertise.
Of course, Mayor. I think they, you know, they did cleanups of the Boston, the Charles River. I know back there, you guys have been known for that quite a lot. And environmental cleanup, and we want to be able to contribute to that, but we also feel that this is a larger stakeholder issue, and I think there needs to be a centralized water quality approach to this as opposed to putting the burden on municipalities. This may be a subject that we want to discuss further, but it's something that is very important for our project because it can drive the price very high. And I know staff has been doing a great job at working with Miami-Dade County, but we should be setting an example. We shouldn't be trying to cut corners. And I think we should be trying to work with the county and developing a centralized facility that can treat the quality and improve the bay, working with other municipalities. I don't want to get off track, but it's a component that is important for our.
Yeah, I agree, Fernando. I agree with you 100% that the water quality has to be the highest, priority that we have with, because we use the bay. I mean, we're an island, and the last thing we want to do is polluting it. And cutting corners is not an option. What is it that you guys would be proposing how to deal with this new ordinance that came out with Miami-Dade County? What are we going to be doing with that? And how's that going to affect this project?
So, and how much is it going to cost?
So I don't have those answers tonight.
Approximately.
But we do have, obviously, teams that are intimately familiar with the impervious ordinance, with the environmental management teams from the county, and that we work with them, not just here, but in other areas in Miami-Dade as well. And that's what part of our responsibility is, acting on your behalf and leveraging all of our experiences and relationships to get the best solution. I don't have that at this point, and I don't have a
not in the ballpark.
I think that's tough to tell because really the ordinance is new.
Not dry on
I mean, I wouldn't want to. That's not the purpose of the discussion. The purpose of the discussion is to bring in their expertise. Look, we don't know.
We do have an estimating team that can review this and can provide that type of analysis. That's actually included in the scope of work, but we have not done that at this point.
The reason I mention it because Brett brought up total budget, how much you're going to spend, and that's a component. That's all.
I think that's a very valuable component, council member, who really makes sure that if we're going to utilize our time right now, is to help us focus on that deal breaker that I see, which is the water quality component. The ordinance is so stringent that we're short of needing a small wastewater treatment plant and Key Biscayne, and that's not what we want. And I think that there should be, and I'm taking it, I want to take the opportunity that Irela's here because she's been part of that discussion. She's not there now, but I mean, she was part of it. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Who are we talking
but
about?
Irela Bagué, she's right
The
there.
young lady over there on the left.
Lady over there. She was the
camel.
She was the chief.
Not you, Tom. Sit down.
Chief Bay Officer for Biscayne Bay. So I think that for Miami-Dade County. So I think this is a great opportunity to talk about that and set an example, while at the same time having one of the, I think, as far as river cleanups and as far as bay cleanups, you can't have any better than this.
And she is one of the experts that's on our team that helps consulting on this.
Make the loop.
program,
She's with Black and Veatch. Just make sure you put the loop together.
She works with
We're just not talking about each other.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
I didn't know that. I thought we were just hanging out.
But I think look, the big picture, I think there's two things. One, you were asking about what is the cost for us, for our system. that's an engineered solution that's AECom's working on, and they'll come forward at the 60%, obviously with, you know, a review from Black and Veatch. Secondly, what he's talking about, the bigger picture, is how do we take this ordinance, which is pretty draconian, and balance the need for water quality, but also allows us the ability to discharge water appropriately. So that's the balance, and that's where I think where you're going.
And
is-
help us fight to really not put the burden on the taxpayers in Key Biscayne, but really put the burden on the county. I think I'd heard Mr. Collins speak about that the other day at your debate, and he spoke very well about it, by the way. I commend him for that, because he's the one who saw it. I mean, this is a critical issue that could be a deal breaker for us. We're talking about, you know, water tables and projections, but at the end of the day, we have something very solid right now that could stop our project.
You really think you can stop the project?
Well, I'm not saying it could, I mean, if we're going to look for ways to cut, I think we can cut corners, but we don't want to cut corners.
I'm not looking at cut corners. You said it's a deal breaker.
Well,
Could
it's
this actually be a deal breaker?
Well, if we don't really work out a centralized solution to this, and the burden is put on all municipalities are going to have a very hard time financing the water quality component. So,
But
like
if
I
we
said,
don't do this project, we continue to
we
put
can
out.
we can do it, and we can continue to
Pollute the bay, yeah.
We don't want to pollute the
Right.
bay.
So we can do it then.
We can do it, but we don't want to pollute the bay.
No, we can do it, just some cost involved.
Cost-wise, it's going to require a significant added cost to generate the water quality requirements.
But we can do it.
But we can't do it. Yes.
So it's not a deal breaker. Just
Well, I mean,
it's more
yeah,
expensive.
I got to be careful with what
When you say deal breaker, to me, that's stop.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
What
we.
you're really saying is that
Thank
the county,
you.
Translate it for me,
Please.
Mike.
the county, you're
10
raising,
seconds.
you're raising a
So-
valid question. Will the county's enforcement of water quality regulation
Yes.
necessitate the destruction of the entire coastal community section of South Florida?
Wow,
And,
that was-
and the answer is no.
Right.
It's not an either or. It's
Yeah.
going to be a both.
Yeah.
And if we're designing, and we're sending a message out there that we're designing a brand new system for resiliency, we're really the trailblazers on this. More than other municipalities that have far more funding than we do. We're doing the job, and we're talking the talk. I think we should have a comprehensive understanding with the county of how we're gonna manage the water quality requirements that they stated in that ordinance. And I think I couldn't have a better company than these guys. I don't mean, I'm just saying, I know them, they have a history back to 1912 in doing this stuff.
It's good to know that you were involved in the Boston Harbor cleanup, but you weren't involved in the Big Dig, right?
By the way, I never worked for them.
So I just want to make some comments here that, and it might be because you haven't been up in front, you know, and I'm glad to hear that that's the intention. But we need you, like, whatever owner rep, we need you guys to be in front and pushing for us, right? I have concerns already of how the project's been managed. You know, we saw when we did the pricing at the 58 million, it goes up to 74 million, and I still don't have an answer of why that happened. And this is something that I lean on an owner's rep to be there and explain and tell, and not only explain it, but you know, we get a lot of these nice graphs from you guys, and that's all great. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is that you're being very strong with our designers of what really needs to be done, what may not need to be done. I think it's super, super important.
Councilman, I'll just respond to that because obviously in the last work order, we did not have the budget and design review in that scope of work. It is for 60, 90, and 100% in this next scope of work, where then I can stand up here and I can give you that, you know, with confidence.
Okay. And Steve, I think you have to look at this work order because there's stuff in here that I'm just like, why is this here, right? So one of them is $27,000 to give us a projection delivery method analysis, which you guys already did that for us once. And it was very clear that we were going to go CMAR as it was the first choice. And right below the other choice was the design build, which was the progressive design build. And the one that we wanted to avoid was the design bid build from what you guys presented to us. And now we're in zone 1, which we were going to go CMAR, and now we found out that we can't do CMAR, but we already hired our engineers to continue on, so that took us out of design build, which was the second closest one that we could have jumped on, and now we're stuck with the one that you said not to do, which is a design bid build. For $27,000, what are you're gonna tell us the same thing again? Why are we spending $27,000 here
just for you to tell us the exact same thing over again. I don't see why we have that in there.
There's more to, in this case, we are moving toward design bid build, and there's more to it than just where we got caught in design. And this is pretty much standard practice across South Florida. Talking to folks from South Florida Water Management District, talking to folks from Water and Sewer, talking from Miami Beach. The design build was getting them as much as design bid build. This way, it works in a way that you can better control the contractor. And Fernando's shaking his head because he knows exactly what he went through in Miami Beach as design build. This is not about debating which delivery method we should use. This is about putting together the documents for the procurement. How do we phase it? What type of, the specs inside of the contract, all those sort of things that need to be part of that procurement.
But that's the next item, which is RFQ contract development. I think that was the one that talks about procurement, which is $52,000. But I just don't know what the design bid build, progressive design, construction manager at risk. They're going to do analysis of the delivery of Zone 1 and its requirements and particulars. However, I thought we already did this. I just don't know why that's in there. I think you have to look at this closer because there's stuff in here that we might be able to take on our own. I don't know. It's just it looks redundant of what maybe already happened in here. It's strange. I mean, it's a lot of money. We're looking at $329,000. A lot of the stuff that I'm reading, I mean, I don't know why it's that expensive. It almost looks like if we're paying that kind of money, why are we not just hiring somebody in-house to be our full-time person just to control all of this stuff? I don't understand. I know there's components in here that we would definitely need to have Black and Veatch to jump in and help us with. But if we're going to pay $329 for this, and then also, I mean, some of this could be picked up from somebody for a lot less expensive, in-house, working on all of our zones and other projects. It just, I mean, we're going to be getting charged $1 million every year for Black and Veatch to be the owner's rep. It seems extremely high. That's one thing. The second thing is, I'm not in favor of passing this tonight because of two things. We just spoke about what's the effect of the water quality on this project and how's that going to affect us. And the second one is we don't have access to the water. Why are we bringing another consultant on board to continue moving this thing forward if we don't have the stuff yet? I mean, we don't even know if we can build the project.
Well, we can give them a domain. We can do that.
Yes, but you have to get the votes.
That's true.
You're assuming that that's going to be a yes vote.
Well, the point is, you have everything ready to go, and then you'll tell people at that point you played Black and Veatch a couple $1 million, you paid Ecom $6-7 million, and you say, okay, we'll just forget about it. I think people will say, fine, to do it in a domain, because then we'll throw the money away.
And that's one of the things is, do we keep throwing money at this without that, so that we get into that position?
Well, you're asking the wrong person.
Well,
But I think
it's
if you
going
work-
to move forward. If you work back the schedule, when is, where are we at with AECOM on design right now? We'll work out.
We're talking about May.
We're in between 30 and 60% right now.
So we're how far off? Maybe May, what is it?
By November, December, they should have 60%.
Okay, so by 60%.
By May, they should probably be
Okay,
around.
by 60%, that's when we start getting into looking at the details of the logistics.
Yeah, and then
the
also
value
you're moving,
engineering.
Yeah, and you're also moving towards permitting.
That's
you know,
so permitting, which is critical.
Yeah.
So I think that if you work back, well, I won't draw it on the thing, but if you work back the timelines and your Gantt, you'll see that you're probably right about a point right now where you want to start getting the program manager involved and working the logistics of construction. Now, but you guys need to. I need more press. We need to see you more here. You need to tell us what you're doing. I mean, I know what I can know what you're doing, but they don't, and you need to tell them exactly how you're working out and how you transferring the risk. What I don't think this community understands yet, or we haven't discussed to detail, is that we're talking about a hypothetical price. But one thing is having a hypothetical price. The next thing is going out to bid and giving it to a contractor. I guarantee you that contractor is going to come far lower than what we're debating here. But he's going to escalate the price because he's going to look at the problems in the contract. We need a tight contract. We need to understand the logistics. We need a strong programming approach on this. And I mean, if you're working in a dark corner, we don't know that what you're doing. So start telling us how you're working through it.
But the question is that if we're designing this and we're right now 30 to 60. Do we continue going 60 to 100, which is more than 50% of the contract of AECOM, which is a $4 million contract? So we're going to put another $2 million and hire Black and Veatch for another $1 million. So we're putting another $3 million without having the easements secured. I think that's so irresponsible to continue. Like, let's focus on getting those easements. We have them. Keep going. But I don't know why we're continuing to go deeper into something. And then we haven't even got to the water quality. Then water quality comes in and goes, this is how much it is now. And then everybody's going to say, you know what, maybe we should do 1 inch per hour because we have to ship this money over. And we have to get the access that we can't get right now. What do? Now you have to go back and redesign a couple more $1 million to do that? Or do we try to... It's just weird that we're doing this without the access.
Let me ask you, you ever have in any of your jobs a subcontractor that screwed you over, left town? I mean,
of course.
There are situations that are going to happen as part of this effort.
But if I can stop it and know it's coming and say, wait a minute, I'm not going to give him money before we finish the job.
So you can look at everything and know ahead of time what is the problem? I mean,
look, we don't pay someone 100% of the contract before they finished it, because we know that they have to show us that they finish it before we pay them. This is kind of in almost similar. Like we're not going to go all the way down before we have access.
You want us to be on top of the project. You want us to make sure that we do everything that we got to do. Make sure that we get the best deal that we can. Make sure that we look at everything at 30, 60, 90. But we don't want to hire a person to do that.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we don't have access to the bay. We are designing a project that we can't do.
And today we moved towards getting an easement, and we will continue to work on the issue that Miami-Dade and the ordinance has brought about. All these things are ongoing. It's not like we stop and then, okay, next thing. No, it's an ongoing process.
I think that's right. This isn't a series of linear steps. This is about simultaneity. And if you have to conclude ultimate failure to not take steps to proceed. And we're not going to conclude failure.
I don't know. I think what Fred is saying, until we know what things are going to cost us, like he talks about a total budget, how much we're going to spend, and then say, do we want to spend this amount of money? And we say, yes, fine, go ahead. And instead of saying, hey, this is going to be $2 million here, $1 million there.
You know when you know what's going to cost you.
Then we're going to say, fine, we can afford it, we can pay for it. Let's move forward.
Do you know when?
I think that's what you're saying, aren't you, Brett?
Yes.
Do you know when you'll know
when it's all
what
done?
It's going to cost you when it's all done?
Yeah, but no.
So the more reason to have expertise, ensuring that all the logistics are set and the contract is tight with the design, with the specifications, with the logistics, and that contractor is already managed before they even were selected. So it's very important for us to have this. It's critical if we're going to engage in a program of this magnitude, size, and cost. So my suggestion is let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's not think that just because we don't see activity, that activity's not happening. That's why I'm telling them I need to see them more here. They need to start showing us what they're doing, and they need to start focusing right now, in my opinion, with this ordinance that Miami-Dade County put out there.
The water.
And yes.
And Mr. Mayor, just so everyone's clear, this is a time and materials contract. You know, we're not just lump summing them $896,000. This is pay for time and materials as we need them.
So at the pace that our project progresses.
As we need them. Yes. So we're not dropping them $896,000 tomorrow.
Thank you.
I think it was a good suggestion to think about contract details now. And some of us, depending on who's going to be sitting here, are pretty good at that. So you can talk to us.
And what I like to see is that I like to have a risk discussion eventually. I want to have a risk transfer discussion to understand how you're transferring the risk away from us into the contractor.
Absolutely.
Before this, and I have not seen the contract yet. I think we're going out with a design bid build. But the worst thing that we can do is put out a standard contract out there, because one thing that we know for sure is that they all fail.
Excuse me, you said design bid we're doing now?
Design bid build, I said. Standard design bid build. We're designing to 100%, we're bidding.
Okay, fine,
And then we're
okay.
getting bids. So before we even go in that direction, we have to understand exactly what we're getting ourselves into. Because those contractors will eat us alive. Just to give you an example, West Avenue. I think we have a firm here that may be doing West Avenue. West Avenue, it went out to bid for 48 million, I think. Miami Beach threw out a standard contract. CSU, how much is the contract right now? About 120 million or something? Anyway, close to 100 million.
Why?
Because they don't look at the contract,
No, but hold
because
on one
they
second.
go out in contract.
They bid on what the engineer designed, correct?
No. They, again, they bid out on what the engineer designed, but the problem is that they don't really evaluate the risk. What we need to do is have strong risk
Excuse
analysis.
me, you talk about risk, what are you talking about?
Change orders, yes, of course. Material changes, discrepancies in the contract, logistics, anything that you can imagine, the contractor's gonna live by that. He's not gonna look at the plans, yes.
Standard contract, I'm not familiar with this, with cities and undergrounding and municipalities. What percentage, when it becomes the engineer's problem, do you go back to the engineer to pay for it? Is it 1%, 2%?
I don't think that there is a
Well, I know
set
in the
rule
school
for
system,
that.
Dade County.
Well, that's a
school
great,
system is 1.5%. Once it passes 1.5%, when the engineer screws up change order, they have to pay for it.
Well, I mean, if there's a problem in the design, if there's an issue related to the design, we can address that with the engineer. But I think that what we need to do is go through the exercise that
No,
you
but is that a
stated.
standard
No.
in a contract with the engineer that if, like, we have a contract now with AECOM, they're designing this thing.
Yeah.
They get it all done, terrific. They do a beautiful job. We go out and all of a sudden, we get some change orders because they screwed up for 10% of the deal. Were they responsible?
It depends on who's at fault.
I said, assuming they screwed up.
I mean,
The
one of the
design.
things I think that
Well,
happened
they
in
screwed
Miami
up, we
Beach
can
is they lost
go
the
through
critical path because the city was behind the curve
That's
on
not what I'm asking.
decisions.
Forget Miami, I'm just talking about general. You've been in this business, I haven't. I've done
Yeah,
all-
no, but I never
only
encounter,
private sector.
honestly, I never encountered a specific percentage. I mean, because those things are very debatable, they become very fluid very quickly. The contractor starts filing claims, the engineer says, look, I didn't have anything to do with that. You get into a discussion, you get into an argument, and you get disputes get elevated. It's a very fluid situation, so the more reason why we want to have that. We don't want to go out to bid on a wing and a prayer with this thing.
All the more reason
That's
why
not
we
my
have to have a
question.
good.
Do we have any
Yeah,
kind of
that's
thing,
that's exactly
in
what
our
I'm
contract with AECOM, do we have any kind of clause in there that says if a change order is dictated because of their fault in design, they made a mistake, required a 48-inch pipe, and basically they had a 24-inch pipe? Design screw up. People make mistakes all the time. Who was responsible for the mistake?
If it's deemed that it was the
Chad,
engineer, it's the engineer.
No, it depends what the contract says.
I really don't recall. I mean, this contract was entered into a long time ago. We'd have to go back and look it up, get back to you.
Don't we have a standard contract?
I think the hypothetical that you just raised is a non sequitur because we're specifying the standards, they're designing to build them.
Exactly. So that,
They're build
to
them.
meet that level, we'll say it requires a 48-inch pipe,
Yeah.
and they put a 24-inch pipe in. And
If we
that's the change
specify
order.
48-inch and they put.
No, we didn't
24-inch
specify anything. We specified so many gallons or so many.
Same thing.
Water.
Same thing.
They make the decision.
That would, if they,
So I'm asking if they make that decision and they make a mistake, what does our contract say?
I think our contract, I've not read the contract, but I think it says that if they're at fault, then they're.
That's
and there's a
that's the
dispute
more of the.
resolution.
I'm sorry. That's more of the reason why we want to have a workshop about all the risks that these contracts could generate based on experience. So then you can ask all the questions you want. But right now, your questions are premature.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Chad can check the contract. It's simple.
I'll check the contract. I don't
so-
believe there's a change order provision. I don't recall that the way you described it. I think it's more likely than not similar to what Councilmember Kaplan mentioned. But I'll check the contract, let you know.
Okay, thank you.
And the change order requires our agreement.
Yes.
But if the project is imperiled or stalled fatally, if we don't agree, of course, we're in a conundrum.
Yeah. The other thing, not to belabor the point, I know we want to move on, but the way these contracts are set up, as we've seen, are through work orders. So we can always specify in the work order any of these parameters also.
Okay, so since
wanted to work our two exiting council members all the way.
Yeah.
Can we get rid of the business that we have before us?
Yes.
Okay. The resolution is before us. Any other discussion on it?
Forgot was it before us already. The contract for Black Beach.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Councilmember Moss and Councilmember London, thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Any other business?
Move to take Brett and Allison out for a drink.
Adjourned.
Second that.